Test, test one. Testing 1, 2. Test, testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test, test.
Okay, now.
Can you hear me, Lou? Oh, there she is. Hold on. Speak again.
Count to 10. Okay.
Can you hear?
We got you. We got you. Thank you.
All right. All right. You're coming
All
through
set.
perfectly clear.
We'll go ahead and call the July 17th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting to order. Confirmation of posting and roll call.
Thank you. This meeting has been posted in accordance to Nevada open meeting law. All members are present in the chamber with the exception of member Crum, who's participating via teleconference.
We confirm she's on the phone? Fantastic. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will now open the initial public comment. This initial public comment portion must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. Each person has up to 5 minutes to speak in the agenda item. And during each agenda item, there is public comment time specific for that item. Members in the public wishing to be heard at this time, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kimber Govette, and I serve as pastor of Boulder City United Methodist Church. In the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 25, verse 40, Jesus says, "Truly I tell you, just as you did it to one of the least of these who are members of my family, you did it to me." In this Bible verse, Jesus is identifying and standing with those among us who are vulnerable. And our faith calls each one of us to do the same. As a United Methodist pastor, my faith has always emphasized the importance of serving others, especially those who are vulnerable in our community. In the United Methodist Church, our tradition is built on a strong foundation of social principles that guides our work to meet the needs of others and provide opportunities that will restore dignity and enhance quality of life. This past year, we created a building team at Boulder City United Methodist Church to investigate possibilities on our property, and we prayed. We prayed to God to lead us to His dream for us as a church, as a community, and how to best use the resources given to us to serve Boulder City. We truly believe God's Spirit has brought us and guided us through this entire process and has brought us here today. And we listened. We listened to our neighbors, and we heard stories from our seniors who shared with us the challenges they have to face due to the lack of affordable housing, specifically for them. These challenges included losing their spouse, living on fixed incomes, rising costs of living, and rising rent costs that can easily take up to 70 to 80% of their monthly income. Many of them were faced with having to make the painful decision to leave Boulder City and all of their friends, and having to be placed on a 3 to 4 year wait list for Quail Ridge caused people to consider packing and leave Boulder City to live elsewhere. One woman shared with me that she was homeless for a while until she could purchase a small camper. These stories come from our seniors who live and have lived in Boulder City for many years and have contributed to this community in many positive ways. And now it's our turn. It's our turn to provide a safe and affordable place for them to call home. By addressing these needs, we are not just building housing. We are building a community where our seniors can truly thrive. Now, my faith also calls me to do unto others as I would want done unto myself. This has been the mindset of our building team throughout this process, taking every aspect of this project into consideration and making sure that it will enhance the lives and well-being of all our neighbors. We stand before you today, Yes, as one of Boulder City's churches, but also as part of a community who has a long tradition of uniting behind the common goal of serving our vulnerable members. Along with many letters of support within our own community, we received a letter of support from the Greater United Methodist Church supporting and approving this use for our property. Tonight, we graciously and prayerfully ask for your support and approval to help make this project and vision a reality for our seniors that will make a profound difference on their lives. This project will also be a way for our church to invest in the mission of Boulder City for many years to come. And finally, in gratitude, I would like to thank everyone who has graciously walked with us and guided us throughout this process. Together, we can make this project a reality, and it will truly reflect our commitment to following the example of Jesus Christ, who taught us that in serving others, we serve Him. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard during this initial public comment? As a reminder, there is public comment time during each agenda item. Please come forward and state your name.
My name is Paul Harvey Jr. I live at 1305 Arabian Lane, right across the street. And I believe, and I am strongly against this zone changing. They want to build a church, build a church. I have no problems with that. But I am strongly against putting an apartment building in my backyard. I am right across the street from this piece of property. And I believe that this building commission and the city council, if they approve this zone change, they are sacrificing that entire neighborhood to become Section 8 as time. It will spiral down and bleed into this neighborhood, putting apartment buildings in our neighborhood. That's all I got.
My name is Lynn Fielding. I want to thank Nikisha Lyon. You are a great asset to Boulder City. I want to recognize and acknowledge the members, our friends and neighbors who are members of the Methodist Church. We all agree that Boulder City is a great place to live, and we all agree that there's needy people here. I 100% oppose this project. They're trying to persuade the city that we need this project. They put out those statistics about how many people are over 60, and I think a more relative number would be how many of those people over 60 need HUD housing. I think that they are also trying to influence us by telling sad stories. I think if we knew the whole circumstances about these people in these sad stories and their decisions and their circumstances, we might not be so emotionally stirred by those stories. I have my own story. I have kids who went start to finish in school in Boulder City. They got married, they had kids. My daughter is in a military family. They've lived all over the world. They have been saving money for years so that when they leave the military, they can come to our neighborhood and buy a house, because they recognize the importance of not just that house, because our houses are old in that community. They understand that we have a neighborhood that's safe and that it's a community. I think that they have misled us with their results of their walkthrough of the neighborhood. They talked to people who didn't have an opinion on this because they didn't know enough about it. Now that they know the scope of this project, they're definitely opposed to it. We also have quite a few city employees in that neighborhood, and they don't want any conflict with their jobs, so they are not going to get involved. We also have people in that neighborhood who are experiencing personal tragedies. and they don't want to think about this or even deal with this in the moment. I'm angry that you are pushing this project that's going to negatively impact my neighborhood forever for financial gain. Forever. Forever. You say that you're satisfying your mission, your church's mission. Okay, I encourage you to add a line to that mission. Do not harm the community where you are attempting projects to help the needy.
Folks, at this time, I'd like to remind everyone that we're going to have a public comment period. We have not even introduced, we have not spoken about the item, we have not had a presentation of the item, we have not had anything, at which time there will be the appropriate time for public comment. I don't want to discourage you from walking away, ma'am, but I do want to acknowledge that those watching have not even heard about the topic in which is being commented on. The folks out there watching have no idea what's being commented unless they've got a printed packet from here. So please, we can still encourage the public comment at this time. We also have the call-in line. Any members of the public may participate in the meeting without being physically present. Written comments were there, and we've got a phone number of 702-589-9629. Please come forward and state your name.
I'm Sabina Duke. I live at 1444 Bronco Avenue here in Boulder City.
I'm Alan Duke. Sabina and I have lived at 1444 Bronco Road since October of 1995. We bought the property partly because it backed up to open desert. We've enjoyed the view, and on cooler mornings have enjoyed the quiet of the desert. During our years there, we have seen changes. The landfill that was supposed to take a century to fill now rises above the horizon. In the early morning, we can hear traffic on the new interstate highway, and through a gap, see traffic. Some mornings, we hear the pop, pop, pop from the gun range. On some weekends, we see the trailers unloading ATVs and watch them riding across the desert. Each time I drive to the corner of Bronco and Utah, I stop not only for the stop sign, but to check cross traffic. Cars and pickups to and from the gun range and landfill, dump trucks and semis to and from construction sites in Boulder City. Our point with all of these changes is that except for the landfill, we do not directly benefit from any of them. But we have chosen to live in this community, and others do choose to use and benefit from them. We do not anticipate needing low-income housing. We know others in the community do. During the time I drove for Lend a Hand, I saw and heard people who were struggling to keep up with rising rents on limited and not rising incomes. This proposal for low-income senior housing addresses a need in Boulder City. There never will be a perfect location or a perfect solution, but this solution is needed. We expect minor traffic changes from senior residents. We support the BC UMC project. We supported an earlier project at the corner of Adams and Veterans Way, and we will support future projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy McLean, and I live on Dreamcatcher in the Dreamcatcher subdivision. There's 34 homes in the Dreamcatcher subdivision, and the majority of the owners are seniors. Current property values are $500,000 plus. Bronco subdivision has 151 homes valued at $400,000 plus. The population in Boulder City is about 16,000 people, which the 50 units would be 0.31%. And the Bronco and Dreamcatcher 185 homes would impact 1.16%. internet figures show depreciation by putting this low-income housing, $8,000 to $12,000. The total, $1,480,000 using the low depreciation figures. The Quail Senior Apartments, well-maintained, has an 18-month wait, 60 units for 62 plus on low income. The River Run Senior Apartments, the old homestead, has 72 units for 55 plus, not maintained, and the majority is empty. The RTC bus stops from Bronco to the 7-Eleven is 0.4 of a mile. Bronco to the Seventh-day Advent Church is 0.3 of a mile. I don't feel that the church has been a landlord. I don't think they understand what is going to be involved. I understand and appreciate the value that they're trying to create, but a 3-story low-income housing in our single resident developments is not going to do that. I've been told that the city has done land swaps. Zillow shows their 3.5 acres at a value of $914,760, assessed at $32,166. So if Boulder City feels that 50 units, a 3-story low-income housing is required, why don't you do a land swap with them and put it someplace appropriate and not in a residential area?
Thank you, and once again, I will remind you that there is public comment period after each actionable item. We will be bringing it up and offering public comment at that time. Please state your name, sir.
My name is Christopher Bell. I'm at 1303 Arabian Lane. Let me first say good evening, members of the Planning Commission. This is my first time speaking at a venue like this, so please forgive me if I stumble, stutter, or seem abrasive. I am only passionate about my tiny corner of Boulder City. I want to start by thanking you all for the hard work, thoughtfulness, and time you all put in trying to make sure Boulder City is equipped for the future and the needs of the community. In my opinion, Boulder City is one of the greatest places in all of the United States, with the Hoover Dam being one of the 7 industrial world wonders and Boulder City being the historical town that built it. We are all blessed to be residents of such a special place. It represents the absolute best of what America stands for. In the toughest of economic times and the worst of climate conditions, the men and women who came to Boulder City were looking for something better, and what they built is still and will always be absolutely incredible. As residents of Boulder City, we are only stewards of this town for a short time, relatively speaking, and our job is to honor Boulder City's humble beginnings, maintain its historical infrastructure, and attract businesses and young families to ensure Boulder City has a long, bright future for generations to come. It is time for Boulder City to again build something great, show the world that Boulder City isn't a one-hit wonder, that we are building for the next century. Attracting businesses with good-paying jobs locally would make low-income apartment building unnecessary, unless the church plans on filling this building with people who can't or won't work. The total disregard and lack of respect for the cemetery disgusts me. The fact that in their article on Boulder City Review, one of the building team members for BCUMC said, "From the Utah side, it will look as if it's just 2 stories high, but from the cemetery, it will be 3 stories." The building group does not care about the cemetery or the people using or visiting it. I myself have one of my closest dear friends buried within a few hundred feet from this proposed 3-story building. The last thing I want while I'm visiting is to look up and see 2 stories of apartment renters watching me mourn and pray. That time is extremely personal to me, and I don't want it on display to an apartment building. There is no solution to this problem. The BC UMC building team didn't account for this. You know who's really going to care? The family members who show up after this revenue-generating monstrosity is built. I think the church and the city should have had contact with every family member of someone who buried within 700 feet of the cemetery, but that didn't happen. I want to close this out by saying the church and its satellite entities have been opaque when they should have been transparent. They have not been honest actors with this project. When this church fails because their membership continues to decline, and it will fail, Boulder City will be left to clean up the mess that it has left behind. Because the church is trying to break their promise to build an actual church, the city should impose even stricter zoning and rules to prevent them from ever trying a scheme like this in the future. I strongly oppose this project because they are trying to ruin the sanctity of our beautiful Boulder City Cemetery and the Horse Street neighborhood. Also, the church and its developer can have a revenue stream off the backs of taxpayers who do not agree with the Methodist Church or their project at all. Thank you all. I appreciate your time.
My name is Denise Good, and I live at 1316 Appaloosa Way. I am opposed to this project in every way, shape, and form. I do not have anything against seniors, as next year I will be one. The main thing that I want to do is offer some actual facts that I collected today. I spoke to a police officer. Boulder City's homeless population is 12. 2, that's it. Of those 12 people, less than 1% is considered an actual Boulder City resident. The police officer told me that these people are generally in the age of 35 to 40, usually male, and they're just passing through. We do not have a homeless crisis for seniors in Boulder City. Yes, our senior population is high, but it always has been. This is a retirement community. But our neighborhood, the Horse Streets, when we did our petition and walked around for 1.5 hours, it's extremely hot out there, okay? Probably 60% of the people that we talked to instantly signed. They are against this project. Of the few who were not, they ended up telling me that they just wanted more information. This is not going to benefit anybody but transients in our town, and we don't need that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will remind folks that this is merely the initial public comment period. There will be a public comment period for each item on the agenda. Yes, ma'am, please state your name for the record.
My name's Pamela Triolo. I had planned on waiting, but I've heard so many things. I happen to be treasurer of emergency aid, and everything I invite people who think we do not have poor seniors, and they weren't always poor in their life. Women's husbands could die. If they come into emergency aid, they might discover there are people that they never had any idea had any money problems coming and using our pantry regularly. We are emergency aid. We have a lot of seniors. As a disclaimer, I do not go to the Methodist Church, but I see the need in this town. From what I understand, Crowell Ridge, it's 3 to 4 years wait. Some of them die waiting. We need a place for some of our elderly to go. I don't know about you, I've lived here over 25 years, and when we moved here, we were retiring, we cashed out, we were able to buy a house. I probably couldn't buy my house right now. I think we have a lot of seniors in this town who have lived here for a long time, and through changes in lifestyles, deaths, everything, they come to emergency aid because they need help. And this project, from what I understand, is not for the homeless. It is for our seniors who need a place to live, who need a good place to live at a reasonable price. And that's what these do. It takes only a percentage of their income. Many of them are living on one Social Security check. And yes, and maybe a lot of them, they saved in their lifetimes, but things happen. Medical issues, emergencies. So please, when you consider this, please consider we do have, look around you, come to emergency aid. You will volunteer at emergency aid. We're always looking for people. I can tell you, I write the checks out. I know what we spend. We probably spend anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000 a month helping people. We pay utilities, we pay rents, but it has to be an emergency, and people have to have money ongoing. So we can only take care of them once or twice. And a place for them to live would certainly help. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Excuse me, the comments we make now, are they going to be counted even after you make the, address the agenda?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We just have not even addressed the agenda item, so folks don't know what was being commented
I think
on.
everybody here knows what we're speaking about. Great sign, by the way. Everybody should read that. I just want to address, this is a low-income
Sir,
house.
can you
Gotta
state your name,
for the
Oh,
record.
sorry, my name is Brian Cookenbecker. You need my address? Okay. I just want to state, this is a HUD project, okay? Has anybody read the HUD guidelines? I'm sure we all have. HUD states 55 and over, only 80% has to be over 55. The other 20% can be whatever age to move in there, okay? HUD also takes 36 months on average to get accepted for a place to live. That means that this project, I believe from what they had our first meeting, that they had a year timeline to complete the project, correct? So, if someone from Boulder City wants to put their name on the HUD list, that project gets built, there's going to be people from outside of this community that are going to have the first rights to those apartments. It's not going to be Boulder City residents. It's not going to help Boulder City residents, no matter what's been said. And no matter what gets said of what the church would like it to be, to say it's going to be Boulder City residents, they're not going to dictate to the federal government and the HUD housing that they're going to choose these people over the people that are already on the list. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to take this pause, and we are going to close the initial public portion of this. Agenda item number 1, for possible action, approval of the minutes of the June 12, 2024 regular meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Moving on, agenda item number 2 for possible action. Matters pertaining to the proposed master plan amendment and zoning map amendment for approximately 3 acres located at 1500 Utah Street. Nisha.
All right, good evening, Chairman McDonald and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Nikisha Lyon. I'm city planner for Boulder City with the Community Development Department. Before you this evening is a request for a master plan amendment and zoning map amendment for approximately 3 acres of vacant land that is located at 1400 Utah Street. The location of this property is south of the intersection of Adams Boulevard and Utah Street and east of the Boulder City Municipal Cemetery. The applicant and property owner, the Boulder City United Methodist Church, is seeking to change the master plan and zoning designations to allow for multifamily residential development on the subject property. The current master plan designation of public/quasi-public and zoning map designation of R180, single-family residential, does not support, nor does it permit multifamily residential development on the property. For some background, the United Methodist Church intends to construct a 50-unit apartment building. This is in order to serve low-income individuals ages 55 and older, and this is typically known as low-income senior housing. Preliminary designs of the proposed apartment building contain 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments and includes a multi-purpose room that would also serve as a church and event space for the United Methodist Church. It is important tonight to remember that the amendments before you are in regards to whether or not the R3 multifamily residential zoning district and the medium-density residential master plan designations are appropriate for the subject property based on if these amendments conserve and promote public health, safety, and general welfare and are in general conformance with the city's adopted master plan. Additional details on the applicant's request can be found starting on page 18 of the agenda packet, which is their submitted application materials for these amendment requests. Moving on to specifically the master plan amendment, again, multiple family dwellings is not consistent with the intent, the land use principles, and the criteria of the current future land use designation of public/quasi-public. In order to support this type of development, the designation must be medium-density residential. In accordance with state law, in order to approve this amendment, the Planning Commission must find that the master plan amendment conserves and promotes public health, safety, and general welfare. The relevant policies that are adopted within the city's master plan for consideration are denoted starting on page 15 of the agenda packet for the Commission's consideration. These policies include land use policies that are denoted within Chapter 2 of the master plan that denote the typical characteristics of a medium-density residential designated property or neighborhood, the appropriate density ranges of those types of neighborhoods and properties, as well as the appropriate location. In addition to the medium-density residential policies, as the intended use is for low-income senior housing, staff has also included the relevant housing and neighborhood policies that are contained within Chapter 10 of our master plan. Moving on to the neighborhood meeting. So per state law, a neighborhood meeting is required prior to the Planning Commission's consideration of a master plan amendment. This is required to be held by the applicant. This neighborhood meeting was held on May 6th at 6 p.m. at the Boulder City Library. The applicant did send notices to residents within the 750 feet radius of the subject property, which is in accordance with state law. Representatives of the United Methodist Church provided an overview of the proposed project, their request for the master plan and zoning map amendments, and then they made themselves available for any questions or concerns that the attendees had. As a brief overview, the questions and concerns of residents really revolved around the overall functionality and operation of the proposed development, as well as its longevity, the ability of the proposed development to meet city code and other regulations, as well as increased demand on city services and infrastructure and traffic and transportation concerns, echoing many of the public comments that we've heard so far tonight. Further details on conformance with the city code, impacts to city services, as well as traffic and transportation considerations are explained within the agenda packet starting on page 18. In addition to the required neighborhood meeting that was held, representatives of the Methodist Church also conducted a voluntary neighborhood walk. This was on April 20th. The church's team visited all of the homes within the 750-foot radius to engage in discussion on the project, share current preliminary site drawings, and explain the purpose of their proposal, as well as to leave door hangers to invite them to the neighborhood meeting, in addition to the required mailings that were sent out. A summary of the neighborhood walk is included at the bottom of page 20 of the agenda packet. Moving on to the zoning map amendment. Again, multiple family dwellings is not permitted within the current zoning designation of R180, single-family residential. In order to permit this type of development, the designation must be R3, multiple family residential. In accordance with City Code, in order to recommend approval of this amendment, the Planning Commission must find that the proposed zoning map amendment is in general conformance with the adopted comprehensive plan of the city, as well as the proposed amendment promotes the health, safety, morals, or general welfare of the city. To make these findings, there is information on the present land use, zoning of the adjacent areas, impact on utilities, noise, drainage, and the character of the existing neighborhood that has been provided on page 16 of the agenda packet. These amendments have been noticed in accordance with state law. For just some additional context, these amendments were previously scheduled to be considered at the Planning Commission meeting on June 12th. However, the applicant postponed their application to allow for further evaluation of their amendment applications by their team and to be better prepared to address the concerns that residents may have regarding their proposal. All written public comments received from that previously scheduled Planning Commission meeting have been included within the agenda packet. So far, we have received about 99 written public comments. These include all of the written public comments within the agenda, those that were also emailed to the Planning Commission that we received after the publication of the agenda. And then there will be comments that are going to be read into the record tonight that include those. At this time, about 75 of these comments express opposition to these amendments, and 22 express support of these amendments. So in regards to next steps for these amendments, upon consideration and a recommendation from this commission, these amendments will be considered by the City Council. When the city sold the subject property to the United Methodist Church in 2006, an agreement was approved and codified by the City Council regarding the sale, which contains a use restriction which limits the development of the property to only a place of worship. Therefore, the agreement will have to be amended by the City Council for the property to be used for any type of residential purposes. The City Council will consider this amendment concurrently with and make a decision prior to the consideration of the proposed master plan amendment and zoning map amendments before you here tonight. If the City Council approves an amendment to the sales agreement and adopts the master plan amendment and zoning map amendment, there are several land entitlement approvals and processes that must occur in order for this project to be constructed. First, per section 1159 of the zoning code, the maximum height that is allowed within our community and the R3 zoning district is 25 feet and 2 stories tall. Based on the preliminary design of the building and indicated on the submitted elevations, the proposed height of the building is up to 37.5 feet, which is a 12.5 foot taller than the maximum height that is allowed, as well as the proposed building is 3 stories tall. With that, a variance must be reviewed by the city and approved by this commission to allow for the additional story, as well as for the building to exceed the maximum height requirement. At that same time, a conditional use permit will be considered. So per section 1154 of our zoning code, the R3 zoning district conditionally permits the use of multifamily dwellings when the proposed density is 11 units or greater per net acre. Again, the applicant has proposed 50 dwelling units on a 3-acre parcel. So based on the dwelling unit per net acre calculation, the applicant is proposing around 16.67 dwelling units per net acre. So they would have to go through the conditional use permit process, which would be reviewed by city staff, and then again approved by this commission to allow for that density. Further, as the applicant is proposing residential development, they must conform to the controlled growth ordinance, and they would have to obtain 50 development allotments needed to construct the apartment building. If all of the previously mentioned approvals do occur, staff will be coordinating that process appropriately with the applicant. So tonight, the request before the commission is to conduct the public hearing on these amendments, and then to consider resolution number 1259 for adoption and a recommendation to the city council on the proposed amendment to the master plan future land use map to change the land use designation from public slash quasi-public to medium density residential. And then to consider Resolution 1260 for a recommendation to the City Council on the proposed amendment to the zoning map to change the zoning district from R180 Single Family Residential to R3 Multiple Family Residential. In regards to the information in the packet, starting on page 22 are the requested actions and motion language for consideration by the Commission. Pages 24 to 163 contain the resolutions, the drainage report that is required for the zoning map amendment, all of the application documents and site drawings, and all of the submitted written public comments that were mentioned. And additional written comments that we received were provided to the commission via email as well as on the dais tonight. The applicant team, they are present, both in person and via Zoom, and they do have a presentation for the Planning Commission and the public tonight. Rod Woodbury and Barbara Polson will be presenting on behalf of the United Methodist Church, and then they will make themselves available for any questions that you may have. Staff is available for any initial questions that you may have at this time, as well as we do have our city engineer, Jim Keene, here with us tonight if you have any specific questions on any of the transportation and traffic considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikisha. We're going to first start, I believe one of our members has a disclosure to read.
I would like to disclose, pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, that I live within 750 feet of the proposed project and attended the neighborhood meeting. I have been advised by the city attorney that Nevada ethics laws favor the right of the public officer to perform duties for which the public officer was appointed. And because this project would not impact me more or less than any other people living within the radius of the project, Nevada law favors and allows my participation and action on this matter.
Thank you. Let's bring it around. The dais for initial questions for city staff before we hear the presentation from the applicant. Yes, please, start us off.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My one question is regarding the zoning change. If we made a recommendation for the zoning change, that does not necessarily have anything to do with senior housing. It's simply multi-use, correct?
That is correct.
So there's nothing preventing some other type that fits within that zoning to be built there?
Preventions would be further down the line in regards to the deed restriction, but based on the zoning itself, no.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff. This was sold under a nonprofit, and it was a special, for the section 141 as a nonprofit. Just because it's low-income housing, HUD, doesn't mean it's nonprofit. So I don't know exactly why it's in front of us until that has been taken care of. It should go back up for a vote because it's over an acre and it's for profit.
So the land has already been sold to the church. So at that time, and currently there's still a nonprofit organization, so that deal is already done. So we're not going to go back to consider that item. In regards to the voter approval requirement for the controlled growth ordinance, the controlled growth ordinance exempts nonprofits from that process. So they did not have to go through that initially, and they're not going to go back through that component of our growth ordinance.
So isn't that kind of the bait and switch, though? Because we came in, it's going to be a nonprofit church building, and now we're going to be a profitable apartment housing?
Which is why, if you guys do make a recommendation tonight, this will be going forward to the city council, and the city council will have to amend that use restriction to allow for this. So that's a really big component of this that will need to be considered by the council.
Thank you. I know that we talked about the city council is going to be addressing the deed later on, but my question pertains to the original purchase agreement, agreement number 06-1048. It's referenced in the packet a couple of times as the original purchase agreement. Were there any other terms and conditions other than the deed restriction that was on there? Was it in there in that if they don't use it for one reason or another, it is in violation of said agreement? Or is there any language in there outside of the deed restriction that could become a problem?
Not that I'm aware of. The only thing that I can think of at this time is that there is an exception to the use restriction, which would allow them to sell it to another nonprofit to do the same exact thing. They would only be able to build a church.
Question for the applicant. Question for the applicant. We are good to go. Any other initial questions for staff? Yes, Mr. Bianchi.
I don't know. Never worked. Okay. Couple of questions, Nikisha. It's simple in some respect. Have there been any other R1 to R3 zoning changes in the past, I don't know, 10, 20 years that have been approved by council?
Not that I am aware of, but I've only been here for 4 months, so I'm going to pass that over to Michael.
I apologize. I would like to guess.
Yeah, not to my recollection, we haven't had a lot of development within the last 20 years, so.
So literally, this is probably the first time it's come before commission.
At least in recent history, yes.
Okay. Second simple question is, will the parking on the street be limited by the city in front of the building if the project should go forward, or is it right now? In other words, would that become a condition under the conditional use if it should go forward to that point?
Well, the conditional use would be in regards to the density, but I will pass that question over to the city engineer that is here, Jim Keene, because they regulate those things in the public right-of-way.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jim Keene, your city engineer. At this time, no, we would not do that. We would look at it as if it did get developed, we would pay attention to it and see if it became a problem, then the city could limit parking on the street if we had to.
But it might not initially be,
Correct.
It would have to be a problem before something would be done.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And that, let me see. Has the city in the write-ups gone into and looked at the governing documents and the requirements associated that come down from FHA, HUD, and also a little document called the, if I can get to it, I'll start there. Have you looked at that in consideration of the your approach?
In a very general sense, to understand what they're doing, but that is not a component of what we're looking at this time for these amendments. Mm-hmm. However, the applicant would be able to better answer that question.
Okay. So essentially, the only issue we're dealing with tonight is just the flat zoning change. It has nothing really to do with the conditional use or in that sense, or how it would become used. That is a altogether separate issue at a future point.
So tonight, in front of you is an amendment for the zoning map, and the regulations of our zoning will pertain to that particular use. So this change would allow multifamily dwellings to be allowed on the property, and then in conformance with our master plan, the master plan future land use designation has to align with our zoning, and so that's also why we are requesting that amendment. So that would be medium-density residential to allow for a multifamily on the property. Tonight, we are not considering the conditional use permit.
The reason I'm asking is because it seems like we're getting a lot of confusion, in my opinion, in terms of the usage. What we really have to just say is the actual zoning change appropriate with the current zoning around it? Because we are only dealing in this master plan change with an infill requirement. This doesn't really get into a major issue, how we're going to reuse government land or anything beyond the outskirts of the current infill or the current built-out area of the city. I'll just leave it at that. But my point is, okay, I'm just going to leave it there. You've answered my question, if you want to consider that a question.
Maybe a point of clarification. So these amendments before you tonight would permit use of multifamily residential development on the property. That is not going to be considered at a later time. What is considered at a later time is the building height, which would be the variance application, as well as the density that would be allowed. But tonight, the consideration is whether this use of multifamily dwellings is appropriate for this subject property.
And the applicants already have the conditional use as a faith-based church to use and build on that land. So then by rezoning, we're just capturing that multifamily aspect where they don't need another permission to execute that. They're off and running, other than variances, but as far as conditional use goes, they've initially checked the block as a church, and now by the actions of rezoning, we capture that use of multifamily dwelling.
So that particular conditional use that was considered and approved by the Planning Commission when the land was sold to the church, that was when it was solely just a church. And looking at the conditions in regards to the R180 zoning district, so the single-family zoning district. Staff's interpretation at this time is because the multifamily dwellings is the principal and primary use of this site, that they wouldn't be required to go through a conditional use permit for the church because it is incidental to the housing that's on the property.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, a point of clarification, but it will require conditional use because they're proposing 50 dwelling units, which, as Nikisha noted before, would be at 16 plus dwelling units per acre, and that triggers a conditional use that has to come before the Planning Commission.
Yes.
Any other questions for staff initially before we ask the applicant to come forward? Perfect. At this time, we'll invite the applicant to come forward and welcome.
All right, I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rod Woodbury on behalf of the applicant, and I wanted to, before I get into the presentation, I wanted to note a few things. First, thank you, Nikisha. That was a great presentation, great summary of what we are considering tonight. I want to compliment you guys on standing room crowd only. I don't know how you do it. For us, when I was on city council and as mayor, I had to have some kind of alleged scandal to do that, but you got them out tonight, so pretty good job. One thing on public comment, I want to note these yellow bandanas. Not everybody that's wearing one, including those out in the hall, are going to get up tonight and speak, but I want you to know that that is the applicant group, and they're here to show support for the proposal that's before you. Also, one thing just for clarification too, in the written comments, the 99, I think it was mentioned 55 or so were against and the rest in favor. That's a little bit misleading in the fact that a lot of the favorable comments were from larger groups, so representing multiple people within each of those groups. So I just want you to know that. This is not an easy decision for you tonight. Obviously, there's a room for differences of opinion on things like this, even for passion, but there's not really room for sensationalism, to make non-factual statements, sensationalism. I hope that, you understand the difference between shouting people down and interrupting and being super loud versus what's reasonable and what's true, and just getting to the facts. You have to make those decisions. It's not easy. That's why we pay you guys the big bucks, right? You're here to make those kind of decisions. So I'm going to try to get this presentation going. Let's see. Okay. So I'm not going to belabor this point because I hope that nobody really legitimately questions the integrity of the church and the people and the service that they've given to the community for decades now. I've put up a few slides here just to show some of the things that they do in the community. Luminaria, Easter, horse and pet blessings, all kinds of service to the community. Of course, worship, and they have youth groups and events and things like that. Pumpkin sales, which you're familiar with. I do want to get to kind of the crux of what Nikisha was just discussing at the end, and that's what's really before you tonight. So I want to give you a little bit of a roadmap of what I'm going to talk about. And I've been allotted at least 10 minutes. I don't really feel I can do it justice in less than 15 to 20, but if you want to stop me at 10, stop me at 10, and we'll just, after that we're going to do question and answer, which I presume you'll have lots of questions. Hopefully I'll answer a lot of your questions for you in the process of doing this, but I'm sure you'll have others. So write them down if you do. I want to talk first about what this meeting is about and what it is not about. Okay? It is about the benefits of senior housing. This is a great opportunity for us to discuss a modest amount of senior housing additions to our community. Our seniors, as you all know, are our fastest growing population base, and they're also our most vulnerable. But on the other hand, it's not about an old folks home. It's not about an elder care facility. That's not what this project is. We already have lots of those in Boulder City. There's some up there, the Veterans Home, long-term hospital long-term care, the Lakeview Terrace, Mountain View Care Center, and others. And so I know there's a lot of speculation swirling about what this is and what it isn't. An important part of the master plan is affordable housing. If you've actually read the master plan, and I took the opportunity to read it again as we were a couple of times as I was getting ready for this presentation, there is nothing that's repeated more in the master plan than affordable housing. So if we want to stop paying lip service, and this document is, it's decades old too. If we want to stop paying lip service to affordable housing, this is a legitimate opportunity to consider that. There's really no such thing as affordable housing outside of subsidies. No developer is going to come in and, charge 50% or even 10% of what, and take a loss and build these types of things without government subsidies. But this is a legitimate opportunity with a legitimate government funding. It is not, however, Section 8 housing has been speculated, including what you heard in public comment. It's not that. It's never going to be that. If you need to put it in deed restrictions or in contracts or whatever else, you can do that, because that's not what this is, and it's never going to be. This is also not a sweetheart deal. It's not an under-the-table deal. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. There's no free pass or favoritism here. The city in the master plan is required to give incentives to do affordable housing, but as far as I know, the city hasn't asked or hasn't offered those. The church hasn't asked for those at this point either, and we won't. The church spent $195,000 to buy this property, and it's spent hundreds of thousands more since, trying to find legitimate ways and to do the entitlements and to get this ready. That's fair market value at the time. I don't know what it would be worth today, But it wasn't like, just give us $1 and we're going to do this. And they would take a loss because of the deed restrictions if they had to sell it today, because it has to be to another nonprofit, and it's got to, you're never going to be able to sell it to somebody if there's not some legitimate permissible use for it. So the church is investing in our community, and it's always invested in our community, and that's what this project is about, another investment in the community to make it better. This is also about honoring the integrity of all of the processes that are unique to Boulder City, as well as the church's nonprofit status. It complies with and honors all of those, and some of those are the growth control ordinance, the land management plan, the voter approval, the city charter, and our master plan. The church is exempt from the land management plan. The charter specifically goes out of its way to make nonprofits exempt from the voter approval. And so that's why no voter approval was required in 2006 when they purchased the property. That's why there was no land management process at the time. Tonight is not about building height. You've asked those questions at the end. It's not. That's a future decision, but it's not on your agenda tonight. And so there's a proposed, height, and that would have to come back for a variance. But tonight's not about that, and it would come back, in fact, to you first to make that decision. The church really loves the design. You saw the easels out there, hopefully walking in. They think this is a fantastic design. It's going to add value to the community. That's a view from Utah Street. You can see that's 2 stories on that side. But that's not set in stone. It's just the proposal. The design team loves it. The church loves it. But it's not on the agenda tonight. So that variance is going to have to come back to the Planning Commission in order for you to make that determination. If you decide that it can't be that high, then the design team and the church is going to have to go back to the drawing board. But of course, we're going to try to persuade you that this is a valuable thing. This kind of gives you an idea of where the proposed structure would be located. So I don't know if I have a cursor here, but you can see on the left side, or you can see where I am down there on the screen right now, is Appaloosa Street. The one over by item number 2 is Bronco Drive. You can see the cemetery in the background. The cross street there is Utah Street. Where you see it's up there saying 1400 Utah Street is kind of where the structure would start, and then it would go towards the dump. Okay, so it's all there uphill towards the dump from even Bronco Road there. And so it's not right there between the houses and the cemetery per se. It's up the other direction. And that there is a view from the garden side, the back side where the cemetery is. You can see it's 2 stories plus a basement there, which you can see the top of. And so again, another thing it's not about tonight is the number of units. The current master plan actually would allow up to 50 units, but the current zoning doesn't without a conditional use. So the church is proposing, again, we love what they're proposing. That's 43 1-bedroom units, 7 2-bedroom units, but again, that's not on the agenda tonight. That's not set in stone. It would only be allowed currently up to 33. And so for those additional 17, those would have to come back for a conditional use permit. That would come to you first. And if it isn't granted, of course, then they're going to have to live with it and figure out something else. Either they don't go forward with the development or they come up with a different design that fits it. But again, they really love the design and want to persuade you that it's a great one. Another thing that tonight is not about is a one-time deal here. This is a multi-step process. This is the first step in the process, not the last step in the process. I've already told you, Nikisha's already told you some of the other steps, which would be the variance, the conditional use permit. Even if you approve it tonight, it has to go to City Council, who can either agree with you in your recommendation, or they can impose conditions and kick it back to you. for approval of those conditions. So, and then there's the deed restriction or the agreement restriction, which the council has to deal with independently. So this is a multi-step process. First shot at it tonight. You're not deciding, to Mr. Biaski's point, it's not, it is about just changing the designation to allow for multifamily. That's the only thing it's about tonight. The other things will come back. Okay, the primary objectives of the church in doing this are up there on your screen. I can let you look at those. Of course, they want a worship space. They've been in, I think, 5 different homes over the last 20 years, and they just bounce around. They would love to have their own worship space. It would save them substantially if they could do that. The residential units for active seniors is a way they found that they can do this. It's been done in other places in the country. The comment earlier about it's not restricted to 55 is just not true. Every single one of those units would have to be 55 and older. There are exceptions that not per unit, but of course if there's a grandchild, for instance, with a 55-year-old, that can happen under certain conditions. Those conditions are set forth in all the regulations, the federal regulations, but it absolutely has to be 55 and older, just like any other 55 and older community that qualifies. Other thing is space for the community and the residents, and the landscape open space outside as well for the community and the residents. So we believe this is a great project. But in order to do that, there's 2 things that have to happen tonight. The first is the master plan amendment, and the second thing is the zoning amendment. And it's just about changing to allow for multifamily. You're never going to get affordable housing that's large single-family units. It's only multifamily. You're always going to have that. So we would go from the, under the master plan, the public, quasi-public would go to a medium density residential, which would allow for the multifamily mixed with the single family that are in the neighborhood. All right, so I want to talk about the master plan criteria. The master plan, as you probably already know, is Boulder City's big guiding document. It tells our aspirations, it tells our goals, it tells our vision, it tells our values. This is for the whole community. And I'm going to show you some quotes from the master plan because they're rife with quotes that support not only senior housing, but especially affordable housing and other things like that, as well as the infill that was mentioned instead of leapfrog development. So in Chapter 2, under the vision, we want to create, this is desirable to create stable, cohesive neighborhoods offering a variety of housing types. Peppered through the whole master plan, it says that. We want a variety. We don't want just single family. We want multiple different kinds. The city should strive to provide a range of housing options, including housing that is affordable and options for senior citizens. It's quoted right there in the master plan. Chapter 4, that's in your packet, I believe. Characteristics, density, and location. Again, incorporate a mix of single and multifamily housing in combination with compatible non-residential, such as churches and parks. Density, apartments permitted with densities ranging up to 17 dwellings units per acre. So that's where the master plan does allow up to 50. It's the zoning side that doesn't allow that. And then location should be close to arterial streets and collector streets, which it would be. It is. That allows, obviously, for direct access to the amenities in the community. Chapter 10 is where you get into a lot about affordable housing, just over and over and over again. But it also, again, talks about infill. The city encourages, the master plan encourages, our vision encourages infill development instead of leapfrog development, especially on vacant and underutilized parcels, which that parcel is. I put there just some notes to Chapter 3, 4, and 14 because those chapters all have lots of other quotes about the same thing. And I didn't want to tell you every quote that's in there, but the references are there. You want to go read them? You can read them. We talk about that a lot in the master plan. Mixture of housing types, again, varied price ranges and densities, that's desirable. Encourage the incorporation of the mixture of housing types. Affordable housing. The master plan identifies two obstacles potentially to affordable housing, and you guys won't be surprised by this. One of those is the growth control ordinance, which limits our supply, right? And when you have limited supply, the demand the demand and the cost goes, way up. And so that's why we have super high prices in Boulder City. You're never going to have affordable housing because of that in the nature of super cheap housing. So you got to find other ways to do it. And then the charter amendment says you can't sell more than an acre of city-owned land without voter approval. Notwithstanding those challenges, the master plan, again, goes way out of its way repeatedly to say, we need affordable housing. We want affordable housing. That's desirable. I've heard that on my 8 years on council and as mayor. I heard that over and over and over again. I hear it today in subsequent times. And if we're really going to honor the master plan, we need to find ways to do it instead of just paying lip service. It's easy to say it. Yes, let's do affordable housing, but how are we going to find a way to do it? So there was a law passed, AB Assembly Bill 439 in 2007, that amended those NRS provisions and says cities need to incorporate, I think, at least 5 of the 10 criteria that foster affordable housing. And so that's what the city did. That's what Boulder City did, because Boulder City is included in that mandate. I listed 5 policies that Boulder City adopted in the master plan. They would subsidize fees for building affordable housing. They would expedite approvals for affordable housing. They would give density bonuses for affordable housing. They would give other incentives. The master plan not only invites us to do that, but encourages and really mandates, because state law mandates us to do that. And then just making city lands available for affordable housing. You can either donate the land, you can lease the land, you can sell the land. So again, the church isn't asking for incentives. It's not asking you to donate the land. It didn't ask you to donate the land. This is a great way for you to jump in without having to go find land where you're just going to have to give it away. This is actually going to benefit the city, add value to the city, and the church has been and will continue to foot the bill for that. I think I said most of that already. The underlying policies are valid. You should honor the policies. You're the body to do it. You're the first line, and you make the recommendations to the council. And I'll tell you, in my experience on city council, we really, there's lots of committees that we have on city council, but the planning commission is a level up from those normal committees. You're not just advisory. You have a set of regulations beyond that. And so what you do is super important to what we do in the city in terms of planning and zoning and building. And you set the tone for what we do, because as city council members, if you have vetted this and you determine it's a good thing, and we believe it is a good thing, then the city council is going to give a lot of deference to what you say. They have to vet it themselves too, but I valued it. When I was on city council, I valued your opinion on whether things were good and right for the city and the direction we should go or not. I can only remember even being challenged, the planning commission being challenged once when I was on city council, and that's because, by and large, we take your advice and we go with it. Okay, so in summary, the master plan, the visions, values, goals, all those things, they encourage a mix of single family and multifamily. They encourage infill development on vacant land. The master plan encourages senior housing options, and it especially encourages affordable housing options. So I would encourage you on the master plan side to you have to make a specific finding that this is in the interests of the health, welfare, and safety of the community, and then to approve the amendment. And then skipping to the zoning map amendment, a lot of the same reasons apply for approving the zoning map amendment. It's the same thing you're approving essentially, which is to allow multifamily housing in that area. Again, a lot of things have to happen for that to get through and the project to happen. And there's a lot of refining that's going to go on, but you have to change from single-family residential to honor the master plan vision to multifamily residential. It's really as simple as that. If you think this is a good project, if you think we should encourage affordable housing, then the zoning needs to be changed to R3 because you're never going to have an affordable housing project in an R180. It's just not going to happen. You can't do it without multifamily housing. Okay, so I won't go through each of these. They're up there for you to read, but this project meets almost virtually, except for the variance one that I already talked about, the height, and the 17 extra units. We check the box on every one of the zoning criteria. That's why we have to have separate processes for those two. But what you're approving tonight shows that this project complies with scope, purpose, and permitted uses, obviously for multifamily, it would have to. Lot spacing requirements will fit. Minimum lot area per dwelling unit, minimum dwelling unit size, minimum yard space requirements for the front, side, and back. Lot coverage, parking, signs, landscaping, there's different chapters that have to address that too. Of course, staff's going to impose what's required, and the church is going to have to comply with those. And so it does comply with all of those zoning criteria requirements. So for the same reasons that we would encourage you to improve the master plan amendment, we would encourage you to approve the zoning map amendment as well. Promotes a broad range of and types and price ranges of housing. Infill is encouraged, affordable senior housing. Your finding here has to be slightly different. It's in general conformance with the city's adopted comprehensive plan, and we've talked a lot about that already, as well as the general health, safety, morals, and welfare. So we encourage you to approve it. It will give the church a home, a permanent home finally for its worship services, and it will help them to accomplish what they've done over the last decades to work so hard to make that happen. So that's the end of my formal presentation. I have Barbara Paulson with me and Scott Dam. I'm sure you have lots of questions. I hope I've answered some. I can go back and forth between slides if you'd like me to. I'll invite them up if you want me to. I can sit down and shut up if you want me to. Talked a lot already, but yeah.
So at this time, obviously, we're going to have a bunch of questions from up here on the dais. We're going to have public comment. We're going to have a whole bunch of things. We've got a commissioner who may not be connected on the end here to ask her questions and do that. She can hear. So I'm going to give us a 5-minute recess. Lou is connected now again. Fantastic. We're going to do a 5-minute recess. We've had a request for some folks to get up, shake their legs. We'll be back here in 5 minutes, and then we will be at. Okay. We are good to go. We'll go ahead and bring the session back into order here. We had the applicant up. I will invite them back up. And we have got a Q&A session here up on the dais. So anybody volunteering to kick us off? Questions? All right, I will go ahead, and I've got a couple of questions here. My first question is in reference to the frequently asked questions form provided by you guys. It's page 46 of our packet here. On page 47, it talks about the facility management and going forward, bringing on someone for day-to-day operations. But point number 2 is that an LLC will be formed once funding is secured, and the LLC will be a partnership between the church and the developer. Is this a 50-50% ownership of the long-standing property? Is this just during the development development phase for that. And then that would stem another question. If we've got 50% ownership in a for-profit entity, does that muddy the waters? So I'll just turn to you as the applicant first for that.
You already stumped me. I'm going to let Barbara answer that.
The LLC would be formed once the funding is acquired and we're getting ready to move forward with construction. And it would be a 50-50 partnership between the church and the developer.
And that developer is a for-profit entity. It's not
Yes.
a nonprofit
Yeah.
doing, okay.
It's a nonprofit, for-profit partnership.
Okay, and doesn't have to be addressed now, but that'll be a question so I don't forget. If we've got now a property owner who got exemptions from processes by being a nonprofit church, they avoided the land acquisition process, they did all of these things. Now, all of a sudden, is the landowner going to be 50%? This nonprofit owner is the LLC? Or is this for-profit owner?
It's just leasing for the building. The land will still be owned by the church. We are
Fantastic.
not transferring ownership at all.
Fantastic.
And that's clearly written in our pre-development MOU and will definitely be in the LLC.
And can I just, I think this is a good time to interject this too. If you have conditions like that you're concerned about, you have the ability to approve and impose those conditions. And I want you to know that the church is committed to, for instance, if you have concerns that it's not going to be 55 and over, the church will put it in writing, they'll put it in a deed restriction. They're committed to that kind of project. So all the speculation about what it's, it's going to be something else. And if that's a concern, that the land, you're concerned the land won't ever be in any other ownership than the church, then we can state that.
Absolutely, thank you. Yes, please.
I'll try to form it as a question, but to address some of what you were doing, when you get into the low-income funding for this, like the LIHTC funding, you typically have a development corporation until it's built and done, and then it gets turned back over. They take a fee from the building out of the low-income housing dollars that are contributed to build the property. And at the end of the property, after the 20 years or however many years it goes, they sell it back whole for $1, is how it typically works.
Back to the church. Any other questions for the applicant? Yes, Mr. Biaggi.
Talk a little bit more about this for-profit, nonprofit. Won't the LLC really have to be one or the other, just for purposes of FHA and to comply with the Fair Housing Act? Because my understanding is that to apply this to senior living, you do have, for the remainder of the units that are not within the 80%, it should be commercial. And if it's commercial, then it becomes for-profit. If it's for-profit, what about the tax stuff that applies?
There won't be any units that are full market price. It's 50 units, and all 50 units will be low-income housing for seniors.
But have you looked specifically at the requirements that come down on
Yes,
it?
I
Does it
can-
allow it?
Yes.
I can.
It is. You can
I also
have,
can add to that as well. Anthony Casey with KG Development Group.
Sir, hold on, one more.
Well.
Sir, hold on. Would you mind stating, is he part of the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay, sir, if you wouldn't mind just stating your name and your title here for us?
Yes, Anthony Casey, co-principal of KG Development Group.
oh,
Yes, and go ahead, thank you.
Yes, I know somebody mentioned it has to become profit at some point. Yes, so the church remains nonprofit. We are a for-profit entity. However, the low-income housing tax credits do require that the LLC created in a partnership becomes a for-profit partnership that manages the LIHTC building. It's because of the tax credit requirements to the investors. So just because there's no 80-20 rule that for a nonprofit or a for-profit, but it will be 100% profit just for the tax credit benefits to the investor. Because if it's a nonprofit ownership LLC, then the tax credit investors cannot claim tax credit, on this proposed development. So the federal government requires it for-profit purposes for that purpose.
So, question maybe, if I can phrase it correctly. After 15 years or so, or whatever, I think I heard that this all is set up for, and and the FHA applies,
No.
or Fair Trading Act, doesn't it then just revert, then because it's a for-profit, doesn't that change the status?
No, it does not. So it's a federal 15-year requirement. The state of Nevada requires an additional anywhere from another 15 years or another 35 years. We're going to elect to keep this proposed development affordable for 50 years and really for the lifetime of the development. But from a federal standpoint, it's a 15-year compliance, and then the state adds additional affordability requirements up to 50 years.
Can we put that on a deed restriction if we ever got to that point?
Yes, the city council can put any stipulations within the amended deed restriction.
And I'd encourage you to make those kind of recommendations to the city council so that they understand the things you've talked about
We have no intention of doing anything else with that land, and we're fine if there's that kind of restriction on it.
I believe you. I'm just concerned that what happens further down the stream should
Right.
things change.
Well, and the other thing it's important to know, when we say it's required for those period of years, we will be audited. The project will be audited every single year to ensure that the residents that are living there meet the guidelines of what the building was intended to be, that we're following all the guidelines that we got the funding from. If we do not meet those requirements, they can ask for their money back.
Who does the audit?
The federal government. The federal government does it for 15 years. The second 15 years, it's done by state agencies that are housing agencies.
They tack 5 on the end, just so you know.
So I'm a little confused. You said that you will retain ownership of the property and the building.
We retain ownership of the property. We will be signing a lease with the developer for the building to be built and that. So they will be leasing the land from us in order to.
So they will own
Yes,
the
that's
buildings.
correct.
So they will own all the buildings because they put up the money, or they donated the money to you to build the.
During the construction. But once we form that LLC, then that will be an LLC between the two partners, each partner 50. So it's a 50-50 partnership.
Okay.
Yes, and then also there's the money, so there's no taxpayer dollars used to build this. It's 70% financed through the tax credits, another 20% financed through actual permanent debt, and then the rest of the remaining 10%, we do receive that from the state housing agency, and we also request that of Clark County, and then we also do make a 5% request from the Boulder of City as well. But there are those are non-taxpayer dollars to build this development.
To continue on this, so we've got a sublease to an entity that is essentially going to be 100% for profit in order to capitalize on the tax credits, if I'm hearing this correctly.
No, I can kind of clarify that a little bit. So, anybody can develop affordable housing, whether it's a for-profit or a non-profit. So the way we're going to construct this building is the faith-based organization or Boulder City United Methodist Church will maintain 100% of the ownership of the land. And then we will co-own the development, together. But Boulder maintains 100% control and ownership of the land. The land is just contributed into the development, and then the partnership co-owns the building for 15 years. and then the developer, and
But
the tax credit
that
investor.
entity that is going to be leasing the land from the church owns the land 100%, but the entity, the LLC that will be leasing it, owning and operating the building will be a for-profit LLC in order to utilize the tax credits.
Yeah, so yeah, the partnership that's created, yes, the partnership that's created to build the development will be a for-profit in order to claim the tax credits, for the investors.
And since I've got you on the phone with the development group, let me ask you a couple of questions there. What do we plan if these tax credits sunset? What does that do to your business model if some of these tax credits are disposed of? Have we ran financials? Does that mean that this is now rolling back to the church and the onus on the shoulder? Because it sounds like what's making this is the investor tax credit that's ultimately going to pay for it on the back end through that and help subsidize the housing. But what happens if those tax credits disappear?
That's a great question. So the tax credit program been around since 1986. There's never been a foreclosure in tax credit history. There might have been a developer that maybe filed bankruptcy, but there's never been a foreclosure in tax credit history. So only way you can lose tax credits on a development is if, let's say, if one of your units is leased to somebody who is above the income threshold. Now you're considered to be out of compliance for that one unit. So let's say, for instance, if each unit costs $300,000 per unit to build with tax credits, if one unit goes out of compliance, you do have a 30-day cure period. But if you do not meet that cure period, then you are responsible for paying the equity investor or the tax credit investor that $300,000 reimbursement. Then you also receive a fine from the state housing agency as well if you are not in compliance. And to ensure we stay in compliance, there is the state requires approved affordable housing property managers that have experience, are certified to manage affordable housing to ensure compliance for the 15-year federal compliance, and then an additional anywhere from 15 to 35 years additional state compliance. And that's based on what we decide with the state. If we want to maintain it, 50 years affordability, it's always going to be affordable regardless, but we're going to check the 50-year box with the state housing agency or the Nevada Housing Division.
And then what happens to those tax credits after those years? Are those disappear, or do you reapply for another 15 years? What happens at the end of that time?
Yes, that's a great question. Yes, so the federal tax credits are actually good for 10 years. The investor can claim the tax credits for 10 years, but the compliance is 15 years. So about year 17 is when we begin to refinance the permanent debt, and then we also refinance out the tax credit investor. So now the tax credit investor leaves the project because they're no longer able to claim tax credits. But the tax credits are already been spent for, and they've been used to develop the building, and you do not owe the investor anything back. They just walk away at year 17.
Understood. And to just verify with the applicant, even though we've got these 10 years, 15-year, whether they be audit requirements or restrictions, you're saying that you're willing to put in writing that those same restrictions that get you in the door, although maybe not be federally or state mandated, you're willing to put that in perpetuity?
Yes.
Beautiful. That's all the questions that I've got now for applicant. Do we have any other of staff? I know that there was any of these appendix of key facts. Was there anything else that you wanted to look into, go over any of the tax credit grants, anything else in here?
I don't think so.
Perfect. Excellent. Well, thank you guys so much. We're going to go ahead and move on to the initial public. Oh, question. Oh, you thought you were done.
Sorry. It's my understanding that the LIHTC tax credits or that funding is being used to develop the property. What's subsidizing the rent beyond that? If it's not going to be, you said it's not going to be Section 8. Go ahead.
Yes, the tax credits is what subsidize the rent. So just to give an example, in market rate, about 80%, let's say in the market rate deal, if it costs $10 million, the bank is able to lend 80% or $8 million because of the high rents. So that allows them to borrow about 80%. The other 20% is financed through private equity. And affordable housing is the complete opposite. Because the tenant is not paying more than 30% of their income on rent and utilities, that only has you in a position to borrow 20% from the bank. So now we have basically a 80% gap. So where does the rest of that financing come from? So that 70% tax credits is paying for that huge, gap. And then our remaining 10%, we do seek from the local government, which, they receive funds annually in terms of home funds, or deferred loans or activity bonds used to help to develop affordable housing. But the tax credits is what subsidize it and to make it affordable to those residents, and they do not pay more than 30% of their income on rent and utilities, because we also provide them with a utility allowance. So let's say, for instance, that person, it's a 1-bedroom, and let's just say if the gross rent is $900, we, based on if it's a 1 or 2-bedroom, the Southern Nevada Housing Authority provides the utility allowances, and we use that to calculate the utility allowance. So for a 1-bedroom in Southern Nevada utility allowance, that could be about $74 that we contribute towards their utility allowance to ensure that their income, again, it's no more than 30% of their income is going towards rent and utilities.
So I know it's probably hard for everybody to hear, but some of what I heard is you will be using Nevada subsidies, and you will be looking to the local government for up to 10% to supplement the rent? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so 70% of it is the tax credit that subsidizes the rent. But the tax credit only pays up to 70%, and then the bank is about 20%, and then the remaining 10% kind of comes from local, government, or sometimes you can, put in like maybe foundation, maybe there's a foundation that also supports affordable housing, and our remaining 10% can come through a combination of foundations or the local government that receives the annual funds for affordable housing.
But to reiterate from before, after the 10-year mark is when the private investors are going to exit because those tax credits will have been expired.
Year 17, the tax credits, they can no longer claim benefits after year 10. But the federal compliance is 15 years, so the tax credit investor stays in another 5 years to ensure compliance is being met from a federal standpoint. After the 15-year expires, it takes about 2 years to refinance and go through all the due diligence in order for the tax credit investor to exit the deal.
And then after that, though, the makeup of those subsidized rents, they're losing those tax credits in that formula.
Yeah, so we lose the tax credits, but because the building is already built, the rent stays the same. It's just an annual 2% increase, which is, standard, and a 3% expense increase. But the rent, because the tax credit investor leaves, it still is affordable. And because we also still have a state requirement of affordability to continue to meet as well for another 35 years.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to conduct the public hearing on the proposed master plan amendment and zoning map amendment. A couple of administrative things before we get started here. We do once again want to acknowledge that all of the written comments to this point, we've got a little over 100 of them that have been submitted in. They've not only been read and digested by all of the Planning Commission up here, but they are also a part of the official minutes and packet of the meeting. We've got, once again, a 5-minute on there, but as you can see the room, and I appreciate everyone investing in to get their voice out. But at the same time, if you've got the exact same thing to offer over and over and over again, please come up, state your name, become part of the official record, but simply concur with your counterpart and allow one of your neighbors to speak as well. With that, we're going to officially open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Joel Pepper. Been a resident of Boulder City for over 30 years. I think some of the confusion is about this is I am very much opposed, of the zoning change. What I am not opposed of is a church being built, solely a church being built at a location. And also, I am not opposed to senior affordable housing. I don't think it should be in that location for many reasons. We already have a strain on our emergency services. It's one of the outlying parts of the city. I think it needs to be somewhere closer to emergency services. There's property near the hospital. There's property right below the fire station. Well, I think that's more appropriate for senior housing. And furthermore, I don't think it's really such a great idea to look out of your window of a senior housing center and look right at a cemetery where ultimately you're going to end up being. So that's not where I'd want to be looking at every day. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Hi there, my name's Pat Murphy, and I really enjoyed the last presenter's point of view, because what I've heard from a lot of people who are presenting is basically fear. I read all the comments before I came to the meeting, and people are afraid of increased crime, increased traffic, decreased housing values. I go look at Quail Ridge. I looked at the housing values near Quail Ridge. They're not any lower than street houses that are several blocks away. Traffic, basically I think a lot of the people are afraid of things that aren't likely to happen. And I'm glad that Rod Woodbury cleared up that this isn't HUD housing. It is sponsored, it is subsidized by various government entities, but the implication that this is Section 8 or anything like that, I'm glad that that's been put an end to. I'm really glad that the United Methodist Church is practicing what they preach and taking care of people. And the one other thing I wanted to mention that hasn't been mentioned much is people are talking about affordable housing like it's for a bunch of strangers, people who are going to come to town, and poor strangers, ne'er-do-wells, homeless people, people who are lazy and don't have a job. You're 65 years old. Your employer moves or downsizes or lays you off. It's been known to happen pretty frequently. At that age, it's really difficult to get another job. And so you're having a hard time making ends meet. Or you're a woman who lives with your husband in a large house. You're house rich. Your house is worth $500,000. Your husband dies. You lose whatever income he was bringing in, and you're living on maybe one Social Security check. And all of a sudden, your options decrease and decrease. I've done the math in terms of, I recently retired, and so I did a ton of math looking at what happens when you're on a fixed income. And I was going like, well, I have this much money in the bank, I'm getting this much from Social Security, it'll be fine. And then I started taking inflation into account and increased medical expenses into account. And it made me, I'm in the position where I can shift my portfolio of investments, I'm fine. But if I weren't in that position, if I was just looking at okay, all of a sudden, I'm house rich, but the house needs a new roof. The air conditioning unit just went out. I had to replace that on a house that we owned, and it was around $8,000. And if you're living on a fixed income, that is going to just put you over the top. So I want to make sure that people are aware that the folks that need this help are not strangers and they may be your next door neighbor. I was really glad the person from emergency aid commented on that, because you don't know who needs help, because often people are embarrassed, are not willing to admit it. Anyway, I do express a great deal of support for this. I think it's a great location for it, and I hope you'll approve it. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening. Joan Paolini, 1406 Bronco Road. This is definitely a NIMBY project. For those of you who don't know what NIMBY is, not in my backyard. But what I want to speak about briefly is the traffic. There is a stop sign on Bronco Road and Utah on the corner. If you're traveling, I'm not going to go north and south because I'll mess that up. If you're traveling on Utah towards the Pistol Club or the dump, you want to make a left turn on Bronco. For those of you who don't live on Bronco, behind me or in front of me, take my word for this. I'm honest. You can tell. If there is a car approaching from the dump or the Pistol Club on Utah, don't assume that that car will stop at the stop sign. You can hear the comments. They must live on Bronco. You cannot assume they will stop. The huge trucks, I'm not afraid of them. They stop. But the cars, they're a bunch of, from Archie's comment, dingbats. You have to stop. Let them pass you. Don't assume they will stop at the stop sign. If nobody else mentions that tonight, I served a purpose.
Hi, guys. My name's Mike. I live on Shoshone. My backyard looks directly over the cemetery. A little bit of background, I'm retired from the Henderson Police Department. We also had a place on Center and Major that was torn down. It's made into a senior living facility, one story. Seniors moved in. They brought their kids, against the rules, by the way, brought their grandkids. It turned into an epicenter of crime that still exists right now. And I understand that. I've heard the Quail Ridge thing, and I'm not dismissive of our seniors. I love the stop signs, and I love them waving me through, even though they've been there 2 minutes before me. I think maybe they need more places to stay, but why not an area that's zoned for that, right? It's not out of the conversation. Why does it have to be inside of a development of houses that's pre-existing? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Furthermore, I know you guys are a council that decides on these things. It sounds like the preacher wants a rubber stamp, but also wants to know that you're important. Well, you can only have one. Please be important. Please do your due diligence. Look at the KG Development Company. Look at what they've built or what they're going to build in Wisconsin and Milwaukee. I think 3116 Martin Luther King Boulevard Drive. Look at their track record, and then look at what we have for senior living here as it relates to the percentage of Clark County. And that will give you a pretty good idea of where we stand as Boulder City. I think that's fair and equitable. And if you think that we need more senior living, there's probably spots around Boulder to do it. Why do it in a zone that's been established for 70 years with residents who don't want it? Doesn't make sense. Put it in the zone that it applies to. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Next one wishing to be. Yes, please.
My name's Mark Burris. I live on Paloma. So I was just outside, apparently, that tiny 750-foot radius that only captured a little bitty slice of the surrounding neighborhoods. Nobody knocked on my door. I didn't get any door hangers. As a matter of fact, I had to get all of this second and third hand until I started digging on my own. Just to be brief, I concur with our former police officer, neighbor. I know, to look at me, you wouldn't know it, but I'm an ex-Delta airline pilot, having a second childhood in a rock and roll band. So, but I've also owned a pair of real estate brokerages for 24 years. I know a bit whereof I speak, and I have been around these types of projects and housing. I've built spec houses. I have built apartment buildings, blah, 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 blah. I could spend an hour with you good people talking about all of the strange ramifications of profit, for-profit, nonprofit, blah, 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 blah. That's all beyond my purview. But I just would like to add to the comments saying that, you know, does this type of development injure and devalue the surrounding properties and neighborhoods? Yes, it does. Not sometimes, not once in a while, but 100% of the time. You get devalued property, you get increased crime, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not picking on over 55 people. I'm an old codger of 62. But, you know, I guess where I'd leave it is that without, again, getting deep into the million ramifications, you know, we have a church who convinced the city to sell them a piece of property to build a church and signed off on a deed restriction that they would only ever be allowed to build a church. And now we're going to try and change that down the road. We're going to shift gears into this obfuscated morass of profit, nonprofit, 50-unit this, blah, 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 blah. Well, just build a church, please. I'll be the first one to contribute to your construction fund. But we don't need a 3-story, 50-unit apartment building in there. And earlier, you brought up the master plan and changing things, and one of the things we got hammered with, affordable housing. Yes, it's important, but it also has to be done in an appropriate venue. And one of the things that Nikisha brought up was the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and does a zoning change in this infill suit the character of the surrounding neighborhood, which is a bunch of families and children and a quiet cemetery. And a 50-unit apartment building is wildly inappropriate to the character of that entire area. So please, ask them to build a church and leave it at that.
Folks, I'm going to ask if there's anyone else in the room, please come forward, because we are going to start inviting all of our guests and friends from the hallway and our spillover room.
Hi, the name is Roderick Walters. I'm, moved here in the last 2 years and stuff like that. And first of all, I think you did point out that, it has to be reasonable, this variance. I mean, you have a cemetery over there. There could be variances made for the use, whatever functions they have for the cemetery. There is like enough land there they can build single-family dwellings. This is totally out of place of the character of the area surrounding it. So it really makes no sense to be putting it here. As was pointed out, there is probably already areas with zoning where you can do this type of HUD housing. And it's been, it's unfortunate, but it seems to be all about the money. If you really want to know, I guess coming from New York, I see it a whole lot. But developer over here, he doesn't care about housing at all. He's there to make a profit. we can find out it's going to put additional burden upon Boulder City, at some future date. They're going to have to start subsidizing it. The church, unfortunately, like many churches, as they pointed, they had the lease for the property back in 2006. In 18 years, they couldn't come up with money to put the church there, all right? So they're looking for basically a revenue stream in the future to keep, what they have going, all right? Like I said, it's unfortunate, but like a lot of churches are going out of business. So, that's what it's all about. And, a lot of residents too, as was pointed out by the realtor here, a lot of residents pay real property taxes to the city. That's what keeps the city going. But their decrease in value of the property will occur. It's unfortunate. And finally, no one's taken into the fact that the city is going to have to come up with increased sewer capacity, increased water capacity for a dense population like this. I look at the bottom of the hill there, and it's difficult to see, whether there's going to be enough sewage capacity to get that out of there. So keep that in mind. And unfortunately, as also was pointed out, unfortunately, sometimes, I happen to have been an attorney in New York State, and I did a lot of, some, way back when, criminal work and stuff like that. And unfortunately, it does occur, even if it's over 55, you're going to have kids moving in, and no one's going to be able to get them out. And unfortunately, they don't behave in a way that's consistent with what elderly people might do. Even elderly people can be sometimes, not obey the law. And so you have to keep all these additional factors there. It's really inconsistent with this neighborhood. Really, there are other places to put it. And I said, I appreciate the church. They're looking for a revenue stream. They'll be getting a revenue stream for a long time. But like I said, 1 minute. Yeah. I know. And so from that standpoint, it's just something that this is inconsistent with the zoning. They should have built a church there. That's fine. Go ahead and do a church. But they really shouldn't be doing this high rise there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Blair Davenport, and I'm a resident of Boulder City. Kudos to the United Methodist Church for its proposed senior housing project. This project will provide much-needed affordable residences to local seniors who have either been forced onto long waiting lists for similar accommodations or who have sought housing elsewhere outside of Boulder City due to the lack of affordable housing, senior housing here in this community. Support of this project is critically needed to help correct this housing need. While there has been a great deal of opposition to this project, please don't let quote-unquote low-income housing stereotypes stop affordable housing projects like this. This new housing will help our local seniors, our neighbors, and our friends to live happily and comfortably in the place that they have always called home. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Wilkes. I reside on Mountain View Place in Boulder City. I've been in Boulder City for 30 years. I'm representing Nevadans for the Common Good. I'm a member of that organization. I'm not affiliated with the Methodist Church. The Nevadans for the Common Good is an advocacy group which makes recommendations to local and state government representatives for change, which will make life better for citizens in the individual town or city. The changes which we advocate are carefully chosen to represent as many people as possible. We do this through conducting listening sessions throughout the community. A year ago, we held a community meeting in Boulder City, attended by 110 people. The second highest topic of concern was affordable housing for seniors. We've also conducted some other meetings in other places that add to that number. been waiting so long to speak, I'm dry, sorry. According to AARP, 39 million older adults are threatened by poverty, which is equal to the population of the state of California. So I just kind of wanted to bring in some of the things I had to say have already been mentioned, and I'm not going to kind of delete them, but this is a nationwide crisis that we're in. It's not just Boulder City. The state has created a bunch of guidelines. I just looked over a 47-page document from the state trying to get the cities to go along with moving towards this affordable housing. So it's a nationwide crisis, a statewide crisis. It's in the paper all the time. We're talking about neighbors and relatives that have been in Boulder City for a long time, so I want to kind of dispel that stereotype, which I think we've been doing here tonight. Therefore, the Veterans for the Common Good's asking tonight for this commission to take a step that the Methodists have made easy, to pass the generous, well-thought-out plan presented by them for the 50 units of senior housing to be shared with their worship space. I ask, if it's not this plan, then who and when? There's nothing else out there that's been presented to you guys or to any of us. Any delay looking for another qualified developer and builder with this type of foresight, planning, and financial backing that they've put together would take several more years at the very least. And this crisis is building. That would put Boulder City further behind in meeting the needs of our senior population. I know that Boulder City does get some funds from the state for this, and they've never been used. And so I'm just thinking there's always going to be something wrong with anything that anybody, proposes, and somebody else is not going to like it in their backyard either. I understand that, but it's just the world that we're in today where this glut of low-income housing has gone down and the baby boomers are going up, and it's just one of those things. So thank you very much.
Yeah, my name's Tom Lester. I've been here for 30 years. And as you can see, matter of fact, I'm a senior citizen myself. I'll be 73 in a couple weeks. So let's just cut right to the chase on all this. You're not building a 3-story building for seniors. You tell me no, I'm not climbing 3 stories. Half of them back there behind me probably can't climb that high. So there's no reason to be building this building over there. I live down the street, around the corner and down the street on Appaloosa. It's more or less a residential area. If the church wants to divide it up into lots and sell it off and have single-family homes built in it, just like the neighborhood across the street, fine, okay? Or build the church like they originally planned. It seems to me it's just like the one person said, it's all a money thing. They've gotten to where they don't have any money because a lot of people have left there for certain reasons. Same reason people try to quit drinking Budweiser. So, whatever. Anyway, they need the money, so they're coming up with something. To me, it's a scheme for everybody to make money off the deal. If you made it into lots and sold it off as the city would do a lot better on taxes, property taxes. So anyway, I don't want it in my area. I don't want it in my neighborhood. It don't need to be in my neighborhood. If you need a senior citizen, the one place over there, I've heard it's only not even half full, and they got all kinds of room over for a senior. Boulder City, the reason I've worked hard all my life and everything to move and live out here was to get away from a lot of the HUD stuff and everything that's down in Vegas. So that's why I'm out here. That's why probably 90-some% of everybody out here is out here. So anyway, I hope you consider that. Thank you.
My name is Walter Lawrence. I live at 521 Shoshone, and my backyard would look directly at this building. You know, I didn't know this was a church meeting or a welfare meeting. I thought this was a planning commission meeting. And that's what this is about. Is this fair and proper use of that property? Is this fair and proper use of those terms? You know, I live in Boulder City. I grew up here, just like many of the people in this room, and it stayed the same, and we want it the same. We don't want it to change. We don't want it to be Henderson, or we live in Henderson. We don't want it to be Las Vegas, or we live in Las Vegas. We don't want it to be a different place. This is what we live here for as a community. I understand that there's a need for low-income housing, but I moved here with my family. My wife and my children live here, and we choose to live here because of the community it is. And it concerns me that it's so easy for them to change a deed restriction that they agreed to, and then purposely come for a zoning restriction, which they know they're purposely going to request a variance for immediately after. I mean, it just seems like a malicious intent, right? They're going to continue. When's it going to stop? You know, they promise this and they promise that, but one lawsuit from somebody that lives there and it's over, right? They can say whatever they want, but federal government's going to supersede. Once you let that, you know, cat out of that bag, we have no control as a community anymore, and we've ceded control to outside forces, and I'm not a fan of that. So that's my two-piece, and thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Judy Hoskins, a resident and a former city council member. I think that Mr. Woodbury has pretty much answered your questions that you have before you this evening, item 2A or 2B and C, and I concur with his conclusions. I arrived at these conclusions after reading, researching, and analyzing the entire packet, including the negative and the positive responses. City Planner Lyons' staff report is excellent. And I might add, it is one of the best reports that I have read. It's well documented and in-depth and includes reports from the police department, city manager, the city departments. The report contains answers of the price for the property, impact on utilities, noise, city services, traffic, transportation, parking, bus stops, and access roads. These are some of the issues mentioned within the negative statements included in the packet, as well as heard this evening. The report dispels almost all of the negative concerns. If you look at page 2, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of the staff report. Suppose the commission counts the negative and the positive comments, which you have done already. In that case, one must include positive support from the Senior Center, Nevadans for the Common Good, Emergency Aid, and Boulder City United Methodist Church members. Let's not forget how many people are represented by these different organizations and count them as positive responses, equating to hundreds of positive responses. Thanks to Ms. Lyon and the BC staff for their comprehensive staff report, and to the United Methodist Church for their many documentation explaining their goals for the project. Thank you, and let's move forward on this project and think about others and not just ourselves. But before you this evening, it's just the item 2, A, B, and C, not all these other things that you've been listening to. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your volunteering.
Hi, my name is Stephen Riley. I live in Del Prado. Been hearing people talk about why they don't just build a church right there and build a senior center somewhere else. And I think knowing what's going on with the whole Methodist Church kind of falls into that, and we kind of need to know about that. Going online today, I found that they've lost as many as like 80% of their congregations in the whole of the Methodist Church, which has resulted in a 43% downfall in their budget for the next 4 years. So I don't think they have the money to build a church alone, and they're doing this just to build. They're building this building so they can have a worship center, which to me sounds more like a failing business trying to build a building and get a free building out of it than a church trying to provide a service. So that's my opinion about that. I think it's relevant to approving it, knowing the intent behind why they're building a big building instead of a church that they originally wanted to build. That's it.
Good evening, Bill Tobler, Boulder City resident for 46 years. Just did the math. I'm representing some people in the back room where I just came from, got invited in. There's a lot of clapping back there, and I want to echo what this gentleman just said. I did a little research myself, and there's, as of 2019, according to the PBS network, our website, 7,658 congregations have left the United Methodist Church. And so with this dwindling membership, I'm not sure how they're going to continue to be a church. Obviously, since 2006 or whatever, they haven't been able to build a church. It's unfortunate. People are leaving churches instead of churches growing. And so when this church goes bankrupt, what's going to happen after that? Who takes over? And then it's just an apartment building with a large area underneath. It looks very attractive to other buyers, but then no one could afford it. So I think it'll just become this Section 8 housing like we were talking about before. So I would say, hey, if you could build a church, build a church. But if you're not going to build a church, then I think we need to do other things. Thanks.
I just want to ask, is it appropriate if I speak a second time?
Typically not, but, given that you did the initial public comment, we'll let you speak, but understand that you can't address folks in the crowd or go back and forth.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, and thank you for a little bit of extra time. My name is Kimber Govette. I serve as pastor, Boulder City United Methodist Church, and I've been listening tonight, and thank you so much for the feedback. And one of the concerns that I've heard I would like to address, and it does have to do with a revenue source from this. I try to explain it this way. It really is very similar to a church-owned preschool. So if a church starts their own preschool, that they own their preschool, it's not an outside company coming in necessarily, the church does profit from that preschool. In fact, many times that is why churches start preschools. It is an outreach to the community, but it is also a way to make money for the church. But what the church does with that, the church then takes that money and they invest that back into the preschool. They also invest that back into the community. I know this happens quite often. In fact, my husband's church that he serves, United Methodist Church, their preschool operates in this way. They receive state and federal grants to run the preschool. The church then takes that money and invests it back into the preschool. So the concept here is the same in that way. This is not a way, and I know that's not what's before us tonight, but this is not a way for us to make money. I always say we're not a bank, we're a church. Our mission is to give back. Whether we own a preschool and profit from that, whether we do a fundraiser, whatever comes into our church, all of the things that we do, we give back to the community. This summer, we have been giving to the social services here in Boulder City, whether it's 1 month we take the Lend a Hand, or the next month we might do the animal shelter. We raise funds and we donate to these places. And so in that way, it would be the same type thing. It is not a way for us to make money. It is not a way, that is not what we're in the business of doing. We are a church, we're not a bank. And so just to hopefully calm some concerns with that, that is not the purpose of doing this. In fact, our congregation, in the last 3 years since I've been serving here, we are a growing congregation. And not to get into the whole split with the United Methodist Church, that is a whole nother issue, a whole nother conversation for another time. But it doesn't mean, I think, what we're hearing tonight. So thank you for letting me hopefully provide some clarity around that. Thank you.
We'll continue the public comment. Yes, ma'am.
I'll be fast. I'm fast because I don't like to talk. Good evening. Thank you, everybody, for
listening, and thank you guys, you're great. Too bad you don't get paid. I'm Deborah Finnegan. I've lived here over 40 years. I'm very much a senior. I just wanted to address something that hasn't been addressed. I live right across from Quail Ridge. Best neighbors ever. You never hear them, never see. Ambulance once in a while, I'll give you that. Maybe more than a once in a while, but that's about it. I've already talked to Ann from Animal Control. She says very rarely, because they can have one small animal. Police, they said, yeah, never had a domestic, never had a shooting, never, That's neither here nor there. But what I want to tell you, that they have 6 months evaluations, and I've seen these evaluations. I've helped people because a lot of my friends live over there, quite a few, 3 or 4, and they're not computer savvy, so I help them. And I worked for 11 years I volunteered for 11 years for emergency aid. I was the treasurer before I talked Pam into being the treasurer. And it's an unbelievable evaluation. Yes, Quail Ridge only has 1-bedroom units, so that's there. So they have 65 units, and out of these 65 units, and this is from Reynolds Lopez, he's the manager, and I went and talked to him. Out of the 65 units, they have 86% that have one person in here, and then the rest have 2. And he said, and the 2, and I said, well, what's the reason of that? And he said, well, usually if there's a husband and wife, they make too much money. And I don't know the statistics of the money or something, but they make too much money to be eligible for this 30%. And they are 30%. They'd like to build another one, but they don't think they're going to build it in Boulder. And they said the next one will be 40%. El Camino butts up against it. I'm sure it's 750 feet. I've asked so many of the neighbors there, and they said that they're right in. They've never had a problem with them. And that's all I wanted to say. Oh, and parking. They cannot park. Well, they have enough spaces. Oh, he said there's 65 units, but he lives there, and he lives with another person there, and those are 2 cars. And there's only 36 cars. And he says, Deborah, I want to tell you, 10 of them I've never seen them move. So that's all I want to tell you. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good evening, George Pardinas. I'm going to make it quick.
State your name, sir, into the microphone.
George Pardinas. Just going to make it quick. I'm not going to reiterate everything that's already been said in opposition. Mark me down as opposed, and my wife, and many of the people in the same neighborhood.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Marissa Pardinas, and I just wanted to bring up that I think the homestead opened up in 1980 or 1998, and then closed about a year ago. They started off with 60 units, and I think they ended up with 88 units. It's about 25 years after it opened, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about that, but if that closed, why did it close? That's a question. I don't have the answer, but I am concerned about that, and I'm concerned that in this particular location, where we don't have other buildings of that type, you don't have the investment of the individuals that are living in it. So the property value, what's going to happen in 25 years? Is it going to be a closed-up building? Is somebody else going to buy it and turn it into an apartment complex because they filed bankruptcy? I don't know. Also, I know we're just considering the zoning change, but if we consider this as a zone change, what about the dirt lot that's right there by 7-Eleven that has that Boulder City Community Club building? Also, the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It's right there on Adams. They have a whole dirt lot there. What's going to stop them from deciding to put in some type of housing right next to them? The Catholic Church, which I'm a member of, we're losing members all the time. It's very low attendance at church. I don't know how long the diocese will support the Catholic Church in Boulder City. What about the entire top parking lot is actually closed off? So when they get to a point where they can't sustain the parking lot, what's going to stop the church from selling off that part of the land and asking for a zone variance for huge apartment complex in that place? So I think you're setting a precedent if you allow this zoning change for other nonprofits that might also still be zoned church only. So thank you. You have a hard job. I wouldn't want it, but I appreciate what you do.
I'm Robin Sage from 608th Street, Boulder City, Nevada. Well, I think that why should we hurt the many to help the few? This type of project belongs more in an urbanized area where they can handle the weight of it better than a small community. Lowering home values, altering the landscape, and doing that such thing it's actually hurting more people. I'm actually over a certain age also. And we don't, and as they said, the city would have to take part in paying for some of that. And how would you do that? By raising taxes, the local government? Well, we want to keep our home. We're over a certain age also. And if you're going to raise prices, such as taxes or whatever, revenue, to get people to, for that project, it would hurt us who want to keep our homes, and we're trying very hard to do so. And other people, and also, the housing crisis is something of all ages. It affects everybody in the United States of all ages, not just, senior citizens. So, they're struggling too. They shouldn't have to have their housing prices go down, because if they have to sell, they need the money to buy another one, families and such. We can't have that. We can't hurt the many to help the few. There are other ways to do it, such as, like I said, it belongs in a more urbanized place. Because, like I said, people like us, we want to keep our homes, and we're already at that age also. But if you raise taxes and do all that type of thing, it would hurt us from being able to keep our homes also. So in that respect, I think you should think about that. And also the struggling families who don't need to have their taxes raised and other such things to support something like this, which should belong more in an urbanized area that can handle the weight of such a project. Thank you.
Good evening, committee members. Thank you for your patience in hearing all of our comments. Thank you, city officials, for being here tonight and, again, hearing all of our comments. I have written some things up I would like to introduce into the record so they can be kept.
Would you mind stating your name, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Erin Breniga, and I live in the Del Prado neighborhood. So I'm going to start by saying, other than my thank yous, that I was current at home and one of those people that was door knocked. Indeed, I was one of the 8 of 10 listed in the report who did not give a commitment to or against this project. I was merely stunned at the inference I received that the land zoning change had already been approved. The way it was presented at my door was, we are building this. It's not we want to build this, it's we are building this. It's kind of putting the cart before the horse, but I said, okay. I would like to know more about it, so I accepted their information and did research. Focusing on the specifics of this parcel, I strongly oppose the change in use for abundance of reasons and issues. The property was sold to a church, and I'm going to say below market value, and I'm going to hear all the voices behind me sighing and making comments under their breath, but I worked in 2003 to 2008 for a home builder in Clark County. I did land acquisition, and I know what land prices were for residential property. It was below market value for residential property. Are they currently paying property taxes on this property? If not, and if we change it from a church to a residential area, Are they going to pay all the back property taxes that the city, the state, and county have missed out upon? Something to consider. The rendering packages seem to be a very mismatch to the dialogue. We keep hearing that this is going to be low-income senior housing, yet our renditions show baby buggies, young people on bicycles, and young families. That really doesn't reflect, in my opinion, a senior community. Also, I would like you to look through your packet and notice the parking spaces. Notice also the number of units. They're calling that they would like to have 50 units on this property. 50 units of how many people per unit? We have a 2-bedroom unit. Are we going to have twin beds in these units where we can have 2 people in a single room? Or maybe we're going to put twin bunk beds and have 4 people in each room. How many people are really going to live there? This is a 55 plus. 55, that is pretty young. Most people at 55 are still raising children, helping raise grandchildren. Are they all going to be living there with these people? Look at what is really going to be happening with this property and the impact that it has. One of the things that hit me when I first came in and sat down was this wonderful sign that's up here, the 4-way test. It very much struck me. First of all, is it the truth? Is what's being proposed the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Is it fair to the existing residents that live around this? Is it fair to the children that traverse Utah and Adams to go to school and go to all of their other recreational activities? Have you had a traffic study done based on the maximum number of occupants, not on 50 units, but on the maximum number of occupants that could be there and the impact that that would have on the 3 surrounding neighborhoods? Third, will it build goodwill and better friendships? If you change the zoning from what it is currently, 3 neighborhoods and a beautiful cemetery, and put in a high-density apartment complex, is that goodwill toward the neighbors? Is that goodwill to the community? A community that they are now saying will have to come up with 10% to pay for this.
1 minute.
Thank you. Fourthly, is it beneficial to all concerned? I think that I've just explained that it's not beneficial to all concerned. We have facilities in Clark County, and I am not opposed to them helping seniors or anyone else. We have several, I'm going to read this to you because I don't want to forget what I had to say here on this. Currently, we have 4 55-plus manufactured housing neighborhoods, 2 apartment complexes in Boulder City. We don't have a shortage of senior housing and affordable senior housing. We have a shortage of responsible property owners. Let the church build their church with their 18 years of preparation that they've had to save to build that church. Let them continue to assist seniors. If in fact they ran into a senior that was losing their residence, perhaps they could assist with contacting family members or completing the paperwork for the numerous agencies and charities that are currently functioning in Clark County. By the way, our taxes go to Clark County. We are Clark County citizens. We do pay taxes for all of this. So let us not confuse the situation of what we are trying to help. Let us also not confuse what homelessness is. Homelessness is one who has lost their home due to unforeseen circumstances, not vagrancy. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for hearing my comments. Thank you for wanting to do the right thing. I hope you will continue to.
Anyone else wishing to be heard from this room here? We're going to tap in.
Hey, Commissioner.
Yes.
Hey, this is Anthony Casey with KG Development Group. I also, just for the room, want to state that no affordable housing development in Nevada is required to pay property taxes. Every affordable housing gets an exemption of property taxes in the state of Nevada.
Understood. Thank you. Fantastic. How would we like to start to roll people in, double checking out there?
I think you announce it and give them an opportunity, because there's a delay in that room of at least 30
Fantastic.
seconds.
So they can hear me. So folks out there down the hallway and in our, I think it was the holding cell down the way there, overflow room, if you guys would like to orderly make your way up, we will take them one by one.
Fritz, while we wait, do you want to take the caller on the phone?
Absolutely, if we could do that. We've got a queue on the phone, so let's go ahead. Once they're live, have them state their name.
Public comment, please state your name. Public comment, state your name.
Are you on the phone? Is somebody on the phone? We lost one in the queue. Okay, is somebody from the hallway? Yes, please come forward, state your name. And we will reiterate, in the spirit of time, we've heard many points. If you concur, we want to make sure we capture your name and on the record as well there. Thank you.
I understand. My name is Andrew He. I live on the end of Opal. I just want to put in the record that I'm within the 700 feet, and I found out about this from my neighbors. I did not have anything hanging on my door. I did not have anyone knock on my door. I did have a neighbor that did. That neighbor is a member of the church. I don't know why she was selected, but no one ever knocked on my door. So just to go into a little bit of my history, I'm a supervisor in Las Vegas, law enforcement. And I moved here because we do a poor job in Clark County of listening to our citizens, coming from someone who's currently employed there. I'm not going to say where. But I moved here because my current neighbors and a lot of my friends convinced me that you guys would do a much better job than where I came from, that you would listen to what we wanted and what our needs are, and as a community, and make the best decisions for the whole community. The lady back there, she contradicted herself. She said they're not in this to make money, but then she made a reference to preschools at churches and contradicted herself in the same sentence that she is going to make money off of this. I'm a member of a church in town, and I pay my tithes, and that's where they get their money from. You know, we don't make the money off of the government. We don't make money off of the other members of the community. In my law enforcement experience, there's a lot more to these 55-plus communities. They are always vectors for crime, and when they're low income, no matter what. And here's one of the problems is that the police cannot enforce the rules. So when you have a drug user that moves in with the elderly person, because typically people that live in these low-income housing, the person that takes care of them is usually somebody who didn't make very good life decisions to be able to afford a place of their own to care for their own family members like I do mine. And these places end up being a vector of crime, and the police can't just kick them out because you're going to have to evict them. Once in the state of Nevada, once these people are invited by the resident, you cannot just kick them out. You end up having to evict them, which includes having to get a constable to do it. You're going to have the 72 hours of notice, and then if they don't get out, the constable's going to have to physically kick them out. And then the problem is, if the church doesn't have the heart to kick out that 55-plus resident, because HUD only requires one person to be over 55 in that household. If they don't have the heart to kick out that elderly, needy person, then they can invite that person right back even though they're evicted because they're the one who's standing in that house. And then we have that problem again and again and again until we're evicting elderly, needy people. And I don't think that's what the church is into. So I hope that you guys think about that as well, please. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Brian. I live in Del Prado. Family's been here for about 30 years now. I think I might bring a little bit different perspective. 55 is not old, man. For a little perspective, when I'm 55, my kid's going to be a junior in high school. So I'll be, opportunity could exist. I could be moving into this housing and bring my high school kid with me. good Lord willing, I'll have a couple more kids by then, and I'll be bringing them with me as well. I don't know how the selection will be done. I hope I'm wrong, but reading through how the selection criteria is done, it's not up to this church to choose. It's up to the federal government. And with that waiting list, it's up to the people that are already on that list. So it's not like we can say, hey, BC people, you get this housing because you live here. No, it's the people that are already on the list, which are likely somewhere else already. If I'm wrong, awesome. I did my research. I tried to find how I'm wrong. I couldn't find it. The hardest part about me trying to decide which way to think on this is I couldn't find concrete info. I got my info from Facebook, literally, Facebook groups. I live less than a mile from where this is all going down, and all I could find was Facebook postings for positive and negative, going both directions. Then got to today's meetings, and it's, hey man, nothing's coming out of your pocket for this thing. It's all covered by somebody else. And then dude on the phone says, well, no, it's not. 10%'s coming out of your local pocket. Well, man, I got my own struggles, dude. I don't have an extra 10% to be given away. I just don't. And then the rest of it, 70% of it's coming out of taxes. Well, dude, okay, so it's not all taken care of. It is coming out of my pocket. So the biggest challenge in all of this, aside from, hey, yeah, this is taking place less than a mile from my house, is where is the money coming from? And then how does this 50-50 nonprofit, for-profit split happen? And then what happens after that 17 years? That's not clear either. So nowhere is this thing cut and dry of how it's actually going to all work out. And then I'm young enough that I'm still going to be here in whatever this is, 40, 50 years when all of this is done and the building is still there and the people still have to happen. I'm still going to be around. I still got to worry about that. That's a long time from now. For some people, let's be honest, they're not going to be around. I still am. So I got an awful lot to worry about as, I would say, one of the younger demographic homeowners in this town and certainly in my neighborhood. I got to be here to worry about a lot of things that maybe other people don't. And I guess that's all I got to say.
We'll take the next one from the hallway. Let's grab one from the phone if we got them.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm speaking, Commissioner. This is Anthony Casey. I just want to be clear for the community or the residents.
Hello? Stop. We can't have you talking out of order, sir. We may have an opportunity to ask questions back again at the end, but as the applicant, I'm going to ask that we continue the public comment hearing. Sir, please come forward.
Good evening, lady and men, gentlemen. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Please state your name for the
My
record.
name is Lonnie Charlson, and I am somewhat new here to this great Boulder City. I've been here 4 years, but let me just add a couple other points that I'd like to compliment all of you for the hard work that you've done in this city. I have lived in the corporate world most of my life, and I've traveled and lived in 6 states from Alaska to Alabama and a whole lot of other states in between. And I travel now in my own company to South America. I go everywhere. But I will tell you all, when I come back and I get on that plane and I fly back, and I can't wait to get back to Boulder City. It is such an incredible place here. And take it from somebody that has been, I just turned 70, so I've been around in a lot of places in this world. And I think some of the discussions I heard tonight were wonderful. I think that the one point that wasn't made that concerns me a lot is I live on Boulder Street. I know a lot of the people that have gone up here and talked to you tonight. The one thing that hasn't been discussed is the children. There's most people on Boulder have children or grandchildren. They are always playing out in the street, having a wonderful time, whether it's night or whatever. And I've seen situations where you have a facility like this that you're talking about. And you've heard some of the people say that someone comes in at 55 and it's not really them, it's the cling-alongs that come in with them. And I've been in a lot of the markets where you do have problems, or cities, I should say, and it becomes an issue with bringing in nephews or grandchildren or whatever that do have drug problems or do have problems with other situations. And right when they come out of that area, right down Boulder Street, there's all the little children all the way in the street. And I'm not saying that this would definitely happen, but it could happen. And I think we all need to understand that, because you don't know where these people are going to be coming from. You know, if it's Las Vegas or whatever it may be. And that's something. I walk my dog every night. I see all these beautiful little children. John, you're in that one room back there with his children. And it just scares me to see that something could happen of someone that shouldn't be in one of those rooms. Thank you.
We have someone on the phone while we wait for the next hallway.
Hi, this is Brian.
Hi, Brian, go ahead.
Hi, yes, I would like to just kind of reiterate some of the points I've heard earlier with the current state of multifamily in Boulder City. Currently, we have, and the speaker earlier had said it very well, that we have a lot of negligent property owners. I believe, as the homeowner in Boulder City, that we need to take care of what we have before we add on to something that we may not be able to manage going forward. I've worked in the multifamily industry for over 27 years now, so I have a lot of experience in Section 8, Title 9, Title 42, whatever it may be with tax-exempt housing. I just believe, as a taxpayer in Boulder City, that we need to reevaluate what we have before we go forward with something else.
Thank you. Did we have anyone else from the hallway or the room down the way that wanted to speak? Nope. Fantastic. Do we have anyone else on the phone waiting in the queue? I'm going to do another call for public comment. We've got some pre-recordings. We've got a call-in number. We've got everything else. Final call for public comment on this item. Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and close. We've got some recordings that we've got to play, if we can at this
I'm going to read some first.
Perfect.
Okay. The first public comment was submitted by Mary Ann Owens. We have been homeowners in Boulder City for 10 years. At the time we purchased our home on Bronco Road, we researched the area and were attracted to the growth ordinance. We were informed by city staff that a Methodist church had been approved at the end of our street next to the cemetery. The current proposal to build a 50-unit apartment complex now on this land is not aligned with what has been approved for this site. Does not fit with the single home residential area for this location. It is not in the spirit of growth management plan for Boulder City, and particularly for this quiet area of Boulder at the outskirts of town. I do not support this revision of zoning for this specific parcel of land and part of town to be converted into a multi-unit complex. This public comment was submitted by Bryn Delamere. Boulder City currently does not have enough housing stock geared towards its elderly population. Mobile homes are not appropriate for everyone unless one is handy and able to fix them. A diverse supply of housing is necessary for elders in our community, and we are lacking it. I support the proposal for affordable senior housing at 1400 Utah Street, thereby changing the master plan land use map to medium-density residential and the zoning to R-3 multi-family residential. Michael Delamere. I support allowing more senior housing because seniors need housing. A greater supply of housing for seniors will make it easier for those who are struggling to find housing. Allison Martinez. This is Allison Martinez, and I am writing on behalf of my husband, Taylor Martinez. and myself in regards to the proposed master plan amendment and zoning map amendment for approximately 3 acres located at 1400 Utah Street. We strongly oppose changing the zoning. Due to the decrease in property value, size of the proposed building, and quantity of residents in a single-family residential neighborhood are only a few reasons we do not support the rezoning. Thank you. Jennifer Morrison. Low-cost senior housing is important to our community. Low-cost senior housing is important to our community. Building affordable senior housing does not mean that hoodlum seniors from over the hill are going to descend on our town. What it means is that seniors who are an important part of the Boulder City community get to maintain their dignity and well-being. They will not be forced out onto the streets and can continue to be independent and not be socially isolated. Seniors are a vulnerable part of any population and deserve safe and secure environments in which to live and thrive. Having affordable housing helps seniors to be able to afford other necessities, while a secure home makes access to many other services that seniors need more easily accessible. Thank you.
They're already read into the record. Fantastic. Do we have pre-recordings that need to be played?
This public comment was submitted by Linda Scott. I have been in Boulder City 27 and a half years. I worship at the Methodist Church, and I am in favor of the proposed building plan for 1400 Utah Street. Boulder City seniors need and deserve a safe, secure, well-kept, and affordable place to live. Enclosed are just 2 of my many reasons for supporting this project. I remember my own experience when I learned of the proposed building plan and believe the new project will only bring more beauty to our city while providing safe, clean, and affordable housing to its occupants. A debilitating stroke had me looking for a wheelchair-accessible housing. At the time, there was a proposal to build an assisted living facility on the corner of Adams and Gingerwood. I learned from the many seniors I spoke to that it was long overdue. I bought a modular home in Gingerwood and installed a wheelchair ramp, believing I would someday live in that proposed assisted living facility and not have to move out of Boulder City and away from my friends. It was discouraging to see that plan disappear like so many others that would help support aging residents. I am thrilled to see the Methodist Church identifying this need in our community and proposing an excellent plan to address that need. Also, in the last 10 years, I have watched many of my Boulder City senior friends leave Boulder City seeking affordable housing elsewhere. They had to leave their friends and social groups. They left their philanthropic groups where they felt respected, appreciated, and needed, and moved to places where other residents did not share the history that had bonded them to Boulder City. What a great opportunity this is to give back to those residents who contributed so much to build our city into the safe place it is today. This public comment was submitted by Fred Volz. The following comments relate to agenda item number 2. Boulder City has an undeniable need for housing that can be afforded by its many limited income residents. Otherwise, more of our residents will be forced to live on the streets and in their cars, which does not serve the community's best interests. The creative alternative proposed by the local Methodist Church and its partner, a private developer, shows tremendous compassion, concern, and solution-based action that will benefit those whose housing needs are often forgotten about. The minimal amount of new traffic generated, so low that it does not require a formal traffic study, and the study access to utility services means this project places no undue burden on existing community infrastructure, nor requires distance and expensive extensions. Rather than building a church used for only a few hours a week, the proposal offers up new housing for those community members unable to pay escalating market rates while still providing community meeting space. It is unfortunate to note that neither local government nor any of the other local religious groups have considered advancing such a project over the many decades since this community became an independent city in the early 1960s. With only one other such facility of 60 units in the city limits, and with a 3-year waiting list for new applicants at that facility, our city of 14,800 people is grossly underserved with affordable housing options. For someone trying to survive on only Social Security, even the existing facility is hard to afford, whereas the proposed facility will require rent of no more than 30% of someone's gross income. For all the hearsay mentioned in some of the other submitted public comments about undesirables, overwhelming, bucolic Boulder City, the project proponents have clearly addressed how the property will be managed at its inception and into the future, with clear safeguards and screening of all tenants, to meet the age, occupancy, and income requirements necessary for federal and state credits, key to its financial viability. Whatever resolution 1259 and 1260, height variances and conditional use permits designations are required to quickly advance this project should be approved by Planning Commission. Our most vulnerable citizens need this housing completed as soon as possible. Remember too, that without a residential address, limited income Boulder City residents cannot receive services from the local social welfare organizations, Emergency Aid, Lend a Hand, and the Senior Center. This public comment was submitted by Valerie McNay. As a longtime member and current president of the Boulder City branch of the American Association of University Women, AAUW, the need and benefits of affordable housing for seniors in Boulder City has frequently been brought up in programs and discussions. False statements have been made about the Affordable Housing for Seniors project and are identified below. 1. Boulder City reportedly does not allow building over 25 feet or three-story buildings. This is false. There are more than 50 buildings over 25 feet or 3 stories. There are also a large number of 3-story buildings listed as 2-story with a basement. See Assessor's Report. 2. This affordable senior housing project is not new to Boulder City. Quail Ridge Manor at 1499 Medical Park Drive was developed by Faith-Based Volunteers of America. It has 61 bedroom units, and like most low-income housing projects, it has a waiting list for occupancy of 3+ years. 3. This affordable senior housing project is not Section 8 housing. It will be affordable low-income senior housing. The rent will be based on 30% of the tenant's monthly income and is age restricted to 55+ years of age. 4. Adjoining properties will not depreciate because of the affordable low-income senior housing project. In fact, adjoining properties are anticipated to increase. 5. There will be no noticeable increase in traffic. Quail Ridge Manor, which is a similar affordable low-income senior housing project, has a very little traffic. 6. The Boulder City United Methodist Church purchased the property for the appraised value of $195,000. Later, they installed a $300,000 flood control culvert on the property to help eliminate future flooding in the surrounding area. False reports stated that the United States Methodist Church purchased the property for $1. Many thanks to United Methodist Church for offering this much-needed facility to the citizens of Boulder City. This public comment was submitted by Shayla Joseph. Good evening. As I am unable to attend tonight, I am submitting this letter for the Planning Commission's consideration in regard to item 2 on the agenda. The proposed master plan and zoning map amendments requested by the Boulder City United Methodist Church, UMCBC at 1400 Utah Street. In order for this project to go forward, the church has requested the above amendments and requested a variance for height and a conditional use permit for excessive density, 11 units more than allowed. The proposed amendments does not fit in the current zoning or master plan, but also asks to not adhere to 2 other codes that we as a community hold important enough to write into the master plan for the small town feel of our neighborhoods. UMCBC states that the project will be located near public transportation and within a mile of Boulder City Hospital and slightly over a mile to the grocery store and pharmacy. This may be as the crow flies, but as the pedestrian travels the distance are approximately 1.4 miles to the hospital, 1.8 miles to the grocery store, and the CVS pharmacy. This may seem insignificant, but if this distance has to be done on foot, as with the bus stops, which are approximately 0.4 miles and 0.7 miles away, they will be inaccessible for many due to the incline, decline, and distance, and to most during harsh weather conditions such as the last weeks have offered. Earlier this year, UMCBC and KG Development Group applied for funding with Clark County, Nevada Community Housing Office for the 2024-2025 Home AAHTF program. This is money from a federal housing program and a fund used for welfare and affordable housing opportunities in Clark County. I cite this because as part of the application, they agreed to the terms similar to many federal and local government funding programs. UMCBC has refused to share sources of current and future potential funding when asked through the email they set up to answer community questions. However, a condition of governmental funding includes, quote, the completed housing project must be used exclusively by the owner entity for secular purposes. End quote. The Boulder City Review article published June 13, 2024 says, the property would include an area for Methodist worshipers. The signage put up last week by UMCBC on the property fence states, future home of Boulder City United Methodist Church. UMCBC claims to the community and in the amendment application that this project will be a home for the church. Yet they have agreed in at least one funding application that the property must be used exclusively for secular purposes. This claim was likely garnered the support of their congregation by warrants scrutiny. In my letter, you will find a link to the UM News of the United Methodist Church explaining mixed-use projects should be aggressively pursued due to the precarious financial situation of many churches. This offers a more practical motive for aggressively pursuing this project, which so many of the neighbors have rejected. UMCBC continuously discusses serving the 60-plus-year-old community and provides statistics for this part of our community. But they are proposing to build a 55-plus low-income housing project. The census reveals that approximately 45% of our community is 55-plus. If the 60-plus senior community has sincerely the concern, they are federal, state, and county funding for 60-plus housing complexes. These are not the programs nor the projects UMCBC decided to pursue. Much comparison has been done between the projects in the Quail Ridge community, but the Quail Ridge community is a 62-plus community located next to a hospital, set back off the road, in harmony with surroundings, and actually less than a mile to the grocery store and pharmacy. It is the center of town next to the facility that is lit 24/7, and most importantly, according to BoulderCity.com, has no objections from the community. The housing project suggested by the church is obviously not of comparison. Furthermore, there are environmental impacts, including Boulder City's quest to obtain dark sky community certification. For safety reasons, the parking area of the proposed project would have to be lit all night, adding light pollution to an otherwise quite dark area on the edge of the city. I have sent a detailed letter with additional concerns, details, and references to the Planning Commission, and it is in the attachments for item 2. I am hopeful you will hear many more voices today for members of our neighborhood and community who have many more reasons this project will negatively impact our community. However, ultimately, I hope you and UMCBC see that this project, as proposed, will negatively impact us. It is my hope that UMCBC continues its calling to make life better for our neighborhoods and community, instead of moving forward without foresight or partnership with the community through this project, and that the Planning Commission will deny the rezoning and change the master plan to this property as it is not up to the standards or values we hold dear here in Boulder City. Thank you. This public comment was submitted by Glenn Timmy. I oppose
We're going to pause right there. We've got about another dozen of those on the phone. We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute potty break recess, hydrate, stretch your limbs. We'll settle back in a moment. All right, folks, let's start to make our way back to our seat. All right, welcome back, welcome back. We are going to continue with our pre-recorded public comments. Take it away.
Thank you. This public comment was submitted by Glenn Timmy. I oppose rezoning 1400 Utah Street at this time. This public comment was submitted by Nicola Collins. Many thanks to the United Methodist Church for spearheading a much-needed project in Boulder City. We have a large senior population and many are getting squeezed out of their homes by rising rents. Since 2019 in Clark County, rents have increased by almost 30%, and that kind of increase pushes people into homelessness. We already have affordable senior housing at Quail Ridge built by Volunteers of America. I hope that anyone with concerns about this development will take the time to check it out and allay their fears. It's a lovely, peaceful place. Quail Ridge has a 4-year waiting list, demonstrating the huge need for more affordable senior housing in our community. This public comment was submitted by Eileen Wilkinson. I would like to state my support for the United Methodist Church's project for affordable senior housing on Utah Street. This is a much-needed project for our community and would definitely help to conserve and promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of Boulder City. This is a great location for such a project as there is already a 4-lane divided road that would easily absorb the slight increase in traffic. Whenever I have driven by this area, there has only been 1 or 2 other cars, if any. A project like this would not be feasible on any of our 2-lane roads. While the planned height of the structure would exceed current restrictions, an exemption should be allowed as the plans make good use of the slope of the land, and only 2 stories of the structure would be visible from the street. I do not believe having this structure here would reduce the value of any of the neighboring houses because of our slow growth ordinance. Because of our slow growth ordinance, houses in Boulder City will always maintain and increase their value. Thank you. This public comment was submitted by Adam Brewster. I do not want to rezone this single-family zone into a multi-family zone. Thank you. This public comment was submitted by Laura Pizer. As a citizen of Boulder City, I hope the Planning Commission votes no in making the recommendation to the City Council and changing the land use designation from PUB, public quasi-public, to MDR, medium density residential, at 1400 Utah Street, and votes no in making the recommendation to the City Council and changing the zoning district from R1-80, single family residential, to R-3, multiple family residential. I do believe we need low-cost senior housing, but it needs to be located closer to the local amenities of town, i.e. the grocery store, medical buildings, etc. This piece of property is far from walking distance to any amenity a senior would need to get across a senior would need to get access to without a vehicle or outside transportation. There are other pieces of land this developer should be able to access without changing the master plan and current zoning to build a similar project in an area of town that will be more viable for the residents they propose this property to be for. Additionally, the proposed building will be out of place in the location they are proposing. This is a more widely disparate area of town, larger lots, more open spaces, and the current footprint is not that of high rises and high density living spaces. We need to focus on what the future of Boulder City will look like and actually put together a plan that will make our town come back to being the once master plan community it once was, not just throw something here and there because some land is available for it. Thank you. This public comment was submitted by Reynolds Lopez. My name is Reynolds Lopez. I'm a property manager at Quail Ridge Manor in Boulder City, Nevada. We manage 59 units for seniors 62 and older. We currently have over 80 prospects on the waiting list, and the wait is 3 years or longer. Often, some people can't be reached after a lengthy wait time. Clearly, more affordable housing for seniors is needed in Boulder City. Thank you for understanding. This public comment was submitted by Ainsworth Hunt. I am opposed to matters to a master plan amendment and zoning map amendment for approximately 3 acres located at 1400 Utah Street. A, why is there a proposed hearing on a master plan amendment and zoning map amendment? There is no need for this. It is contrary to the public interest. B, MPA-24-057, the Planning Commission should soundly reject any proposed amendment to the master plan future use map. The land use should keep the designation of PUB, public quasi-public. C, AM-24-379, Resolution Number 1260. There should not be any recommendation to City Council proposing any amendment to the zoning map. The zoning should remain R1-80 and not be changed to R3 multi-family residential. The proposed change would lessen the quality of life in Boulder City. This public comment was submitted by Jim Owens. Asbestos. My understanding is that asbestos has been determined to be present in the rock and therefore, by extrapolation, dust of the area. My understanding is that cases of mesothelioma were determined to be present in Boulder City. My understanding is that a first reviewer of epidemiology of the asbestos situation found issues and was replaced by another reviewer who applied a different methodology and determined that there weren't issues sufficient to warrant action. It is my understanding that the epidemiological analyst reflects a point in time and can change and become an issue in the future. Concentrating vulnerable members of the population due to age and wealth issues into a situation which could later be proven to have been hazardous due to asbestos is a concern. My understanding of the asbestos issue comes from reviewing a technical report on the asbestos sampling a news article about the epidemiology issues. I have not personally confirmed the accuracy of the news story. I personally own a house on Bronco Road with my wife and have spent somewhere approaching half of my time there over the last 9 years. I know of only 4 households in Boulder City, and all of those are located on Bronco Road. 3/4 of the households I know personally are experiencing multiple health issues, some of which are respiratory in nature. Precedent. I am under the impression that both the growth ordinance and the rezoning rules call for an evaluation of whether the proposed complex matches the characters in the surrounding neighborhoods. It is my impression that after approval, this construction could set a new precedent for what is acceptable around our neighborhoods. For instance, large buildings might become in keeping with these buildings going out Utah Street and associated with any new exits constructed on Highway 11 behind our neighborhoods. Water. Water usage appears to be a concern around existing neighborhoods and associated with local golf courses. If this is true, I don't understand how addition of a large housing complex will benefit the situation. Marketing. In my experience, local real estate agents are quite forthcoming about the growth ordinance and its ability to retain the small town feel of the community. If the community uses this as a way to market homes, it should, as a matter of fair business practices, do its best to avoid undermining it and retain the small town feel of the community. Conversion of use. In Park City, Utah, they have restrictive zoning which attempts to accomplish similar ends at the Boulder City Growth Ordinance. I and my wife have lived there since 1989. I have seen numerous projects pass through the zoning process for particular reasons deemed beneficial to the community. Almost all of those of which I am aware have been subsequently converted to other uses. In particular, affordable or low-income housing has been converted to regular housing priced at market value. A facility near my home there passed through the rezoning process as assisted living for the elderly and then was sold and is now a live-in drug rehabilitation facility. Fairness. 2 of the neighborhoods located nearest to this proposed complex are among the least wealthy in the community. forced concentration of those of lower income among others of low income is similar to redlining, as I recall from my youth in Chicago. In that case, people of color and lesser means were forced to reside in certain neighborhoods, often already accompanied by others of different ethnicity but lesser means. This practice was designed by civic leaders and enforced by the banking and real estate industries. In the case of Boulder City, it would also be designed by civic leaders but enforced by differential applications of the zoning process. Crime. During a prior local administration, timely and thorough crime information was available online. This has been discontinued. A police officer responded to a Cadillac converter theft at our property on Bronco Road, mentioned that they only have 2 officers on patrol at one time, so they have difficulty patrolling the outer parts of town. If this is the case, it is hard to understand how any new crime issues associated with the project could be dealt with effectively. Nor would anyone outside of local person-to-person communication circles be aware if crime issues did develop. I have a camera that generates an image and provides notification of any activity in front of our house, including cars that pass by. Police cars are quite rare, along the lines of twice a month. If the police cannot patrol these neighborhoods effectively now, it appears they will be less able to do so after the addition of 50 new households. Emergency response. I have seen reference to our neighborhoods being outside of acceptable response times for emergency services. Adding around 50 households to this situation is particular those of advanced age and more likely to need emergency services would make the situation worse. Traffic. Because Utah Street connects the community with the municipal landfill, many very large trucks carrying heavy rock loads cycle back and forth between construction projects in the town with the landfill. This would create a substantial hazard if large numbers of elderly drivers are forced to enter and drive along the roadway.
And that concludes the pre-recorded public hearing. Okay, so now we will bring it around to the dais for discussion. I want to go over a couple of administrative things, and then we will eventually entertain a motion, one of 2. First things first, we are going to take this in 2 separate votes, one dealing with the master plan, so that'll be Resolution 1259.
Chairman, sorry. Regarding the public hearing, you would need to close the public hearing.
Fantastic. Anyone else wishing to speak, please be. Fantastic. Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing. Thank you, Michael. So once again, we're going to take the master plan as a resolution, and then we have the zoning as a separate resolution. With the master plan resolution, that one, because it is pertaining to our master plan, it does take 2/3 majority vote, not just a simple majority. So knowing that, it will take 5 of the 7 commissioners to pass. I'm going to go down the line and open it up for each commissioner. Lou, heads up. I'm going to start with you out there. If you'd like any comment, anything before we call for a motion on that front. So, Lou, if you're out there and you've got anything for us, please chime in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
I'll just make my comments in general. First of all, I just want to say that I appreciate all of the comments tonight. I came in with a pretty firm idea of what I was going to do, and I have to say that some very good points were brought up on both sides. But overall, I just have to say that I love the project. There's no doubt that this type of housing is needed in Boulder City. I don't think anyone would dispute that. It's just like we need a pool. No one's going to dispute that. However, I looked over the agreement from 2006, and I don't have a problem with the project, but I do have a problem with the process. And that is, in 2006, the agreement restricted the land sale for the use of a church. So everybody that lived in that neighborhood and everybody that bought a house thereafter thought that they were going to live next to a church. Now, of course, 18 years later, you cannot anticipate everything that's going to happen, but because we are unique in Boulder City and we have laws and ordinances that restrict sale of property and certain requirements, by allowing this, you would be setting a terrible precedent where a developer comes in 2 decades later and gets a benefit that other people do not get. There's so many hills to climb with this project in this area, from the variance for height, the CUP for density, bypassing the land management plan process, bypassing voter approval for the sale of city-owned land of over 1 acre, no appraisal. I'm not concerned about the height. I'm not concerned about impacts on city services. Those are concerns that people really focus on over any development in Boulder City. And, quite frankly, it just hasn't been an issue. But I believe that citizens need to be able to trust government, and you cannot change the game. You cannot change it up. You're setting a bad precedent for further down the line when the city wants to help out a religious organization, a nonprofit, and you allow an agreement and then change it up. That's just not right in my mind. I think this should be a good lesson to the city that for future reference, if they want to go into a contract with a nonprofit or a religious organization, there should be a clause in there with a time frame. If a church or whatever isn't built in a certain amount of time, the city gets to buy back the land at the purchase price or something. I don't know. I cannot, aside from all of the issues with the CUP and the variance, which of course would be considered down the road, I cannot support it. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Lou.
Beth?
Thank you. I pretty much agree with Lou on this. All the emotions aside, I think it's sorry. Thank you, Holly. I know there's a lot of emotions on both sides, and I do think it would be great if we had something for the seniors in a reasonable location, but my primary focus as I look at our responsibilities has to do with the zoning, and is the zoning or the change to the master plan appropriate? And then second on the zoning, is that appropriate? And I just don't think for this neighborhood that this is the right thing to do for the citizens that would be most impacted by that. And it's quite clear, if we want to start talking on emotions, it's quite clear to me, as someone who sits on 2 different boards for low-income senior housing specifically, one for the Catholic Church, that it's clear to me that there's a little bit of either a grave misunderstanding of how these LIHTC credits and this development works, and maybe a little bit more homework needs to be done on that, or somebody was trying to purposely be deceitful. And I don't think it's the latter, just for the record. Given that, this is a definite no-go for me. Thank you.
I'll be brief. I think this is definitely a worthy project, something that's sorely needed in Boulder City to benefit our seniors, which I currently am one. So yes, I'm in favor of it, and I think that I hear the residents here and at home who are voicing displeasure and don't want to see this move forward. But from the most part, and I don't mean to be rude or insulting, but I think a lot of what I hear is unjustified fear, fear of change. I don't see how this project is going to negatively affect property values or the neighborhood. So yes, I support it.
First of all, thank you everybody for coming out. It was great hearing from everybody and all the passion on both sides of it. I feel that, individuals buying homes that did their due diligence, found out if they lived next to BLM property or where they lived, what could be built, what's going to be built. I think this is kind of would be a abrupt change in what their plan was and their enjoyment of their own property. So I'm against it.
I have a couple things. When the church bought the property 17 years ago, it was with an agreement that they'd build a church on that property. Today they talked about agreeing to agreements over the next 30 years on this same property, but they had that agreement before and it only lasted 17 years before they came to the table to change it. So I don't know that I trust that they will be here to complete that contract or that agreement, and I don't trust that they will not want to alter that agreement at some time down the road. So I am not for this project.
Okay. A number of things that I've taken away from this meeting, and I'll reiterate everything else. I think our presentations from staff, I think Mr. Woodbury's presentation really hit the nails. Everybody that commented, I think they all had good points. And the thing in my mind is this thing that we're up here doing tonight is strictly a zoning change from R1 to R3. The fact that there's a project that happens to involve a affordable living or whatever is actually getting the cart a little bit in front of the horse. What, to me, I look at from a more objective standpoint, does a multifamily use fit within that neighborhood? Our criteria, very clearly, there's 2 points we have to look at. One, is it in general conformance with the master plan? Well, the answer to that is it actually isn't, because our master plan really addresses infill. We have not, and I'm going to get on my soapbox for something I have said for years, we have not addressed a citywide master plan update. Only until we do that will all the citizens have a broad input into how we want not so much the infill, but the rest of the properties around Boulder City to be used. Infill is addressed. Infill is covered under our growth ordinance, et cetera. Now, my point, I'll go back to the general conformance. It really isn't, because it is already clearly an R1 by our agreement signed by the city for a nonprofit church. A church is allowed in an R1 zone under I think a conditional use has to be obtained. So in this case, I'm not sure we have to do it since it's already in the code. So the R1 designation is a valid interpretation if the facility was a church. Unfortunately, it is not completely a church. Parts of the building which come into play are being used for effectively commercial purposes in the overall scheme of things. In the second point, of course, they talk to, and what is probably more important in the master plan change is health, safety, morals, general welfare. Well, that's where there's a lot of arguments pro and con. Safety, I think everybody in here has addressed all the traffic, police, fire, infrastructure, all those kind of impacts, and they're all valid concerns, many of which have been appropriately addressed. However, maybe if we go forward with a conditional use, should that ever occur, there'd probably be more assessments made. The issue that let's see, so basically our present zoning being R1, and because it's within the infill covered by the master plan, making a change to R3 really isn't appropriate, because one of the other criteria is you got to look at the impact on neighbors, neighboring, how do they put it? Character of existing neighborhoods. Well, all the neighborhoods around this project are R1. They're all housing, single-family dwelling, except for the church, or excuse me, the cemetery. I mean, I can go down towards San Felipe, I can go across the street on Adams, everywhere. There's no, as I believe, there is no multifamily, really. I'm not even sure there's condos, which kind of loosely, I would say, are not really multifamily. So, if I look at the character of the existing, while it fits that for an R1, it doesn't fit it for an R3. So I think if there was any recommendation that would be included as part of a motion, I'd sure like to see it, us finally say that a full-up master plan, when affordable or whatever, should be considered by the council. Because I think what's important, most people don't, and you said it, Rod, the master plan is a high-level guidance document that affects policy and what else is it? It affects the policy, vision, guiding principles, values, and goals of the city as it applies to the development of land. And right now, our document is so old, other than through interim amendments and through what I call strategic lower level land management plan, strategic plan. All of those are tactical plans to help at a lower level implement things. But when it comes down to the basic master plan, the guidance for city council, the guidance for the commissions, the guidance for city should come out of that document. And so until it's changed, we have a master plan that says it's R1. And there is no evidence or even, as indicated before, there hasn't been a zoning change made yet that we could even go back to for precedence for going from R1 to R3. So while I love the project, I support it, I think the city council should consider making land available. Look at all that property over by the old airport. I mean, it's close to everything. It's big. It's got all the right characteristics. But that's just an example. I'm thinking of. I think they should buy it back, and I think they should do what the state bill and the federals have said about incentives. Incentives, put your money up. Handle the seniors and for and affordable housing. I'm done.
Soapbox departure. Thank you. You're absolutely right with the master plan. You're absolutely right with some of those things. Here's my comments on it. I'm going to echo some that Lou had stated, and love the project, love the idea, hate the process in which we got to today, and how we got to today. We even heard an idea of a land swap with the city to be in a more appropriate area, in which case, when we're talking over the acre there, we can go to the city vote, but the citizens can vote, or it can bypass the land management process with the understanding of what the project is from day one. I know we are not taking action on the deed, but we cannot have a discussion in a vacuum and not acknowledge the fact that this deed is restricted right now as we talk. As some of the other folks have given comment to in working with some of the assisted living houses, when working some of these agencies, that is probably where my biggest heartburn and reservation lies, is in the scare and fear of a third-party entity out of state coming in, taking 50% control with zero disregard for the coffers of the church and the citizens of this town at the end of the day. I have massive reservations without us vetting them, and I trust that the Methodist Church did their due diligence, but they could just become a victim, just like like everyone else, working with some of these investment firms. My background is I've decade in the investment firm industry, and so I have seen healthcare REITs that get sold time and time again with real estate benefits and tax advantages, and 4 years later they're bankrupt and investors have nothing. In which case we would be here to put the pieces back together. It's been said the council approved a church can be there. Any deviation should just restart the process. I think we've demonstrated tonight that this body, City Hall, and the residents, even the ones that spoke up against it, I'm pretty sure almost everyone uttered they support the need for senior housing assisted living, but not right there. And we can say it's not in our backyard, but at the same time, that's never been zoned. That's never been the plan from the master plan. It has never been to be in that backyard. And describing the backyard, we've just referenced R1. This is an R180 zone. These are, as you go out to the corrals, these large plots of land. We're not going from an R17 down to an R15 and shaving off a little to conform into where we are. We're going from what we consider in our Boulder City the rural outskirts to now develop into a high-density apartment. And I think that's a larger leap than anyone has really addressed this evening going from there. So that's the concerns that I've got. We've heard there. We've heard from all of the commissioners. If there's nothing else, I will entertain a motion at this time. We've got...
Yeah.
I move to approve resolution number 1259, based on the findings that the amendment to the master plan conserves and promotes public health, safety, and general welfare.
I've got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
A second.
Ernie?
I'll second.
Yes. We have a motion and a second on the floor for approval of Resolution 1259.
I'm wrong. I retract my...
Retract the second. I was confused, but...
I'm confused.
Chairman, just a point of clarification, so, yes, but also it was a motion for approval of the resolution, so.
We'll
just wanted
call
to make
for
sure
the
it's clear.
vote for approval of the Resolution 1259 based on the findings. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
There was no second.
Yeah, Chair, there was no second, so without a second.
Correct, that's where I thought I was going, yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we're gonna see, just Lou's, you're not gonna want to second this, Lou, are you?
No.
Fantastic. Given that there is not a second, the motion is dead. We do still have a vote on the zoning. We can entertain more conversation. Other likely, let's just call for the vote.
I believe,
Sorry.
I believe I could make a motion to deny.
Yeah.
For
We gotta officially
changes.
deny this bad boy.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
All right, I've got a motion on the floor for denial.
That
Do
I'll
I have a
second.
second?
That I'll second.
Now we've got Ernie as a second. All those in favor of denial, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed denial, say nay.
Nay.
Records show the motion of denial carries.
Mark Mayor.
We now have the zoning. We will entertain a motion the same way.
I'll make a motion to recommend denial of resolution number 1260.
I'll second it.
We've got a motion and a second on the recommendation of denial resolution 1260. All those in favor of denial, say aye.
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 All opposed denial, say nay.
Nay.
Resolution is denied. Moving on to item number 3 for possible action. Matters pertaining to approximately .43 acres located at 601 Lido Drive. Can we give just one moment for people to vacate?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't even know what this one is.
That one is, we're right here.
Is this item 4 or 3?
164.
Oh, okay. I went too far.
Page 164. Folks, we've still got a rest of a meeting to conduct here. All right, we'll continue on. Thank you.
Right. Agenda item number 3 tonight. So again, for the record, Nikisha Lyon, City Planner with the Community Development Department. This item is a variance application for 601 Lido Drive, in which the applicant and property owner is seeking to permit portions of an already built 4-foot tall fence and gate within the public right-of-way adjacent to the property line at this location. Earlier this year, it was brought to the attention of the Code Enforcement Division that this fence was built and may be located within the public right-of-way. Upon inspection and research on the construction of the fence, staff confirmed that portions of the fence encroach into the public right-of-way and therefore does not meet setback requirements, as well as the fence was installed without a building permit or a right-of-way encroachment permit. Staff communicated these issues via mail to the property owner in order to remedy nonconformance with city standards. And in order to address the encroachment and setback issues for the constructed fence, an approved variance would be required prior to review and approval of a public right-of-way encroachment permit, as well as a building permit. Regarding the variance itself, so city code allows for a fence, hedge, or wall to be installed along the front property line and within the required front yard setback, which is usually 20 feet, between the front property line and the building. In many of our neighborhoods in Boulder City, the front property line does not necessarily start at the back of the sidewalk, as the public right-of-way may extend up to 4.5 feet beyond the sidewalk, or up to 9.5 feet from the back of curb if there is no sidewalk. And so for this particular property, the front property line starts at 9.5 feet from the back of the curb. So as constructed, portions of the fence in the front and the 2 gates encroach into the public right-of-way. This ranges from about 0 feet, so built right along the back of the curb, and then up to 8 feet 11 inches from the back of the curb. So on the screen, hopefully I can navigate this. Go back. So these are images of the property before the fence was installed. And then here are some images now of the fence and how it is installed. Okay, and then we'll just go back a little bit. To the site plan that outlines the location of the fence, as well as has some of the measurements that you can see on the screen. These images are also provided in the agenda packet. The applicant has denoted that the current fence location allows for access to their garage, as well as prevents their dogs from leaving the property, and that the portions of the fence that encroach, if moved to the front property line, would limit the usability of their driveway and access to their front garage, as well as ingress and egress would be difficult based on the design and placement of the fences and the gates if it fully conformed to the code. The Public Works Department oversees improvements within our public right-of-way and has had a long-standing policy of not permitting any permanent structures such as fences and walls within these areas. Permanent structures hinder future city improvements such as the extension of the street, the development of sidewalks, as well as the installation and maintenance of any underground utilities that may be in this area. If the city has to perform any improvements within these areas, the permanent structures are removed and any reconstruction or replacement of these structures would be at the property owner's expense, as well as they would have to conform to the current standards of our code and policies unless approved otherwise. Section 1132-4 of the City Code sets forth the criteria that must be met in order for a variance to be granted, and it is necessary that findings be provided for all 5 criterion for the variance to be approved, and failure to meet any one of the criterion is sufficient reason for denial of a variance. So this information begins on page 165 of the agenda packet. Staff has provided the applicant's response to the variance criteria, as well as staff findings regarding each of the criterion. Based on this information, staff offers the option of denial of the requested variance as denoted on page 167 of the agenda packet. The variance request does not meet all of the criteria, specifically criterion A, B, C, and E. The Planning Commission has not considered a variance such as this previously, and approval of this variance would conflict with the Public Works Department policy preventing the construction of permanent structures within the public right-of-way. The Commission has the option to associate conditions or modifications to the request if they deem necessary. The variance has been noticed in accordance with City Code. The packet includes 2 written comments for the Commission's consideration. So the request before you tonight is to conduct the public hearing for this application for a variance, and then consider V-24-671 for a variance application to permit portions of a 4-foot tall fence and gate that is already built within the public right-of-way adjacent to the front property line at 601 Lido Drive, and then make a motion to either approve or deny the request based on staff's findings as denoted on page 168 and 169 of the agenda packet. Staff is available for any questions that the commission may have. We have City Engineer Jim Keene here to answer questions specific to the encroachment into the public right-of-way. I do believe a representative of the applicant or the property owner may be in attendance tonight, and they would be available to answer any questions that you may have on their requests. Thank you.
Any questions of staff to kick it off? Yes. Steve, go ahead.
Yes, so I drove the property, and 608 Lido, they have a fence that's right on the back of the curb too. Was there a variance for that?
It is possible that there was a variance. Sorry, let me back up. It is possible that for some of these situations that there was a variance accommodated, but if it's the property right across the street that you're talking about.
It's adjacent, so it's not across the street, it's one up. So if you go to this.
Oh, we don't have that one, so it's okay.
I'm just trying to set whether we've already done a precedence of allowing for variances in that neighborhood. And I realize that 604 or 603 has a pool, so it's an elevated wall.
Mm-hmm.
So of course it has to have a fence on that.
I'm just not familiar with 608. I'm only aware of the one that's across the street, 606. That particular case, they did construct the retaining wall and then the fence that's above it without a variance request, without any building permits. And then they came back after the fact to ask for the public right-of-way to be vacated. This happened 30 years ago. So that's not the current policy that we implement. And I'm not sure if Jim has any other comments, but thank you.
Yeah, because at 608, there's not a structure there. There's no home. It's a vacant lot.
I'd have to take a further look at it to specifically answer that question.
All
Sorry,
right,
on that
thanks.
property. I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
Beth, you had some questions.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Got it.
Figured it out.
I've got a couple of questions for staff there. The permitting process, I guess, how does that come in since it was never originally permitted? How do we overlap that? Do we wait until there's a variance granted, then they've got to go and have it checked off by the permitting to make sure it passed the test? If we tell them they've got to move it, do we follow up and make sure they permit the moving project? What is that process like for you guys on the permitting side? Since that was identified as a shortfall as well.
Jim Keene, city engineer. For the permitting in the right-of-way, yes, they would have to apply and things of that nature, but we would, to be honest, as we've stated already, we would rather not have it there. There is underground electric utilities in the right-of-way there behind the curb, so that could be an issue for us someday if we ever have to go in there and do something with that. We had another area in town where we had someone built right at the back of sidewalk, they built a fence, and we actually had them remove that and move it back to their property line.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? If we've got a applicant, we'll ask them to come forward afterwards.
Chairman, I have a question, please.
Yes, go ahead, Lou.
Both the city planner and city engineer mentioned that when work was done after somebody had built on the public right-of-way, then the homeowner was required to remove the fence. But if the variance is denied, will the fence be required to be removed, or do you wait for work to be done?
Yes, so the code enforcement division would be in contact with the property owner, and we would move forward with having them remedy the situation, either to have it conform with the standard or to remove it completely. And then, dependent on that situation, the city did recently pass fines and fees, so they would be fined in accordance if it did not conform with city code.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. One point of clarification before we ask the applicant forward. We've got a couple of these overlays, got a couple of these pictures here. If we can pull up the existing gate picture now, up there on the screen. We are not talking about the rolling gates that are going across the actual driveway. What we're talking about is the little pop-out in between the U-shaped driveway, the little pop-out that the fence can be seen right on the curb, and that's the only area we're talking about.
It does include the rolling gates.
Okay.
And then it does include the pop-out.
Perfect.
So all of that area, and I think a better image would be this one. So the highlighted areas on the site plan are the areas that would need to have an approved variance to be located there.
Question.
Go ahead, yeah.
The rolling gate, is it only non-conformance by about 6 inches?
6 feet.
6 feet?
Yes, 6
Okay.
feet.
Just want to make sure I missed the digit. Decimal point.
Just to confirm, we got the public notice requirements. Public notice was given. Request. Do we have the applicant here this evening or representative? Yes, please come forward. State your name for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Kristen Dahm. I'm here on behalf of my stepmom, Cynthia Kent. She is the homeowner. Thank you, Nikisha, for reaching out that we need to get down here. The way it was presented to me, I don't feel prepared after listening to her talk. I thought the issue had more to do with street parking. Obviously, I was not involved in the installation of the gate or permitting or anything like that. So what I was gonna, I guess, point out is this is, a quiet cul-de-sac with 7 or 8 houses, so there really wasn't a need for street parking. I know you guys talked about the right-of-way. I don't know if the right-of-way can be vacated or it can't because there's electrical, you said? Utilities, okay. The gate did serve a purpose. There really isn't a backyard at this house. There's a driveway down to a garage area, so it was put up just to provide an enclosure for the animals. My other comment, which probably doesn't mean anything at this point, is that the house is not occupied full-time, so again, no one was going to have to worry about, a house full of people parking on the street all the time. I think the comment I saw was that because the house directly across the street has a wall right at the back of curb, and now this gate is also at the back of curb, that cars can't park close enough to the curb to get in and out, and therefore impeding on the street. So I was just trying to point out that it's not occupied, and it's just a second home for my stepmom. And also that, the gate was installed in, good fashion. It's a neutral color. And so it was costly to install, and it would be costly to obviously relocate, redesign, remove, and replace. So for that reason, we would request that it remain in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for the applicant? Let's start us off.
I have a question.
Thank you.
So, can I go?
Yes.
So, Roland Kent is your stepfather?
Roland Kent's my dad.
Your father?
Yes.
And your father was a major partner in a commercial building company, correct?
Yeah.
MJ Dean?
Correct. He actually passed away last year, and his health was not doing well. And I want to say this gate's been installed for about a year.
So it was after he passed?
I don't know. I had texted my stepmom to see. I was like, when was this installed? It was right around the time. We think he had a heart attack, and then anyway, he wasn't doing well all around the time that this all went in. So yeah, if your point is that maybe he knew better to permit the gate.
That was my point.
Okay. Yeah, I like I said, I wasn't involved in the decision making on the gate or the design or anything.
Thank you.
That pretty much answers my question, because my question was going to be, did you know the utilities were on the back side of the fence before it was put in? But it sounds like you wouldn't have knowledge on that.
I think what they saw is the house directly across the street has a wall right at the back of curb, and I don't think it really crossed her mind,
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for the applicant? Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you.
We've got to conduct a public hearing. We will go ahead and open up this public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter, please come forward. Folks can also call into the Planning Commission at 702-589-9629 for public comment. Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and close this public comment portion. And we will bring it around to the dais for discussion or entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'd make a motion to deny item V 24671 based on findings contained on page 5 of the staff report.
I'll second that motion.
I've got a motion and a second for denial. All those in favor of denying, say aye.
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 All opposed denying, say nay. Okay, motion is denied. Moving on to agenda item number 4 for possible action, matters pertaining to the 2024 land management plan process. Before we get started, I will go ahead and make my disclosure after meeting with the city attorney. I am disclosing that I'm a member of the Boulder Rifle and Pistol Club, and that the Boulder Rifle and Pistol Club could possibly benefit in some point in the future with a lower project costs associated with the geographical location of this proposed project. Thank you. Kenesha, you can start us off.
Okay. Agenda item number 4 tonight is the consideration of a resolution for a recommendation to the City Council on a proposed amendment to the land management process list. So the land management process list is the city's initial review of requests for the utilization or disposal of city-owned land. This process provides an opportunity for the Planning Commission, City Council, and the public to provide input regarding whether or not the city should consider the sale or lease of these areas. HydroStore Inc. has submitted this application for consideration for the addition of approximately 300 acres that is located east of Interstate 11 and southeast of the Boulder City Rifle and Pistol Club, which is the area denoted in red that's on the screen. This area, if added to the list, would be designated for renewable energy and utility uses. The purpose of HydroStore's request is to discuss with the city the possibility of leasing this area for advanced compressed air energy storage, which allows grid operators to draw clean energy by converting compressed air to electricity on demand. The applicant intends to utilize approximately 100 to 150 acres of the area for their initial development of the facility, with the potential to expand in the future on the remaining acreage. The application explaining HydroStore's request has been included in the agenda packet, and that starts on page 189. On June 25th, the City Council reviewed and considered the proposed addition to the land management process list and made a motion to advance this application before the Commission tonight for your review, a public hearing, and a recommendation. During the City Council meeting, questions regarding the location of OHV trails in the area and the percentages of open space and energy resource uses within the city and currently on the land management process list were asked by the City Council members. This information is included on page 185 of the agenda packet. We also have an OHV trail map on page 199 and also on the screen. Specific to the OHV trails within the area, there are existing dirt roads and trails that run through portions of the 300 acres. The city allows OHV usage of existing roads, trails, and dry washes on city-owned undeveloped land as long as it's at least 1,000 feet away from existing residents. Canyon Point Road, if we could get the map back up on the screen, is a dirt road that runs across a proposed area for development, providing access from Interstate 11 and then further into these areas. HydroStore plans to develop the facility in a way that does not restrict access to these roads and trails. Currently, the city is about 135,880 acres in size. And of that acreage, 75.7% is zoned open space, and 12.5% is zoned for energy resources. Based on the current land management process list, approximately 1,595 acres of additional city-owned land is available for future renewable energy and utility uses. If added to the land management process list, this would add about 1.2% to the total land dedicated to energy resource uses. The application has been noticed in accordance with city code. It is important to note that even if added to the land management process list, this does not mean that the property will be leased or developed. This is just the initial step in the process to allow for this to happen. The request before the commission tonight is to conduct the public hearing, deliberate, and make a motion to either recommend approval or denial of the request using the motion language on page 185 of the agenda packet. This recommendation would be provided to the City Council for their final approval regarding the consideration of adding these 300 acres to the list. Staff is available for any questions that the commission may have, and Linda Bullen, representing HydroStar Inc., as well as Brad Davis and other representatives of HydroStar are present here tonight, and they're available for any specific questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff to kick us off?
Sure.
Go ahead,
I'll ask
Ernie.
a few, what the heck. And maybe it'll go to applicant, but I'll start. Couple things came up. I'm looking at the project, looks interesting. I'd like to know more about it technically, but the water treatment or the area that's going to have the above-ground equipment, is that going to be fenced?
They'll be able to answer that question for you.
Okay, that's cool. Number two, and I'm going to ask, is there any explosion possibilities given the type of equipment and compression of air or whatever gas they use that possibly could occur? So I'm interested to know if from a safety standpoint there's any possibilities of an explosion with the equipment and the process.
They would also be able to better
Okay.
answer that question for you, but our fire department does have standards in order to combat those issues.
But they haven't looked at it yet.
I do not believe so.
Okay.
But they can add some clarification.
Okay, because that would be probably pertinent. Third question, maybe you can. Obviously, this development is going to require some heavy equipment. And my question is any of that heavy equipment, because of access to the property, have to go through city streets? Or will it be able to be accessed off of I-11 somehow?
It should be able to be accessed off of I-11, but there's only that dirt road there. There aren't any city streets there. So,
but I think that's of interest to us.
yeah, I think the applicant should be able to provide some clarification on how
Okay.
they plan to do that.
Okay, that's my questions.
Fantastic. Any other questions before I'll ask. How did we get determined to this chunk of land? Was there a study done by the applicant to say that this is the most viable area for us to check? Is this something that the city reached out and did requests because we wanted to diversify energy? And then from the decision making, how was this area of land designated for them to ultimately start to go and drill? I know we've got hydro tests.
Do you want to answer that question, Michael? Thank
Absolutely. So this is an applicant-driven consideration for you. It is based on geology, and that's why they identified this area as being ideal for their potential facility. And so that's why they came to the determination of this location. As Nikisha noted, they're looking at 300 acres, but ultimately they're only going to need about 150 of it. They'll have a better idea where to site it after they do their further studies on the geology.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions? Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I have more of a, well, I guess I do have questions. I'm a retired operating engineer, and I'm a big fan of renewable energy. The thing that I find, I wish that HydroStore was actually here tonight because...
They are.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you explain to me how, I mean, I'm looking at the artist rendering on page 8, and this sure looks like a geothermal energy plant, but that's not mentioned anywhere in the application, is it?
We'll get the applicant up here momentarily. We're going to keep our questions for staff right now. Go ahead.
Sure. What's in it for us?
That's a great question. Michael?
As with any application for addition to the land management process, this has to be added to the list before the city can even consider the potential lease of city-owned land. So to directly answer your question, it would be potential lease revenue.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. That's potential revenue. What's it costing us in terms of the open land, how we use that land currently for recreational purposes? We've been leasing a lot of land to utility companies, and I don't feel like we're getting a whole lot out of it. I know we get the leasing fees, and there's some money, but what happens to the recreation in this area that we all know? I think most of us in this room know there's recreation in that area, and we're losing it year after year after year. I first moved, I'm sorry, I can wait and hold till later, but I'm getting a little passionate about it. I've lived in this town on and off since 1982, and we've done nothing but give away our land. We got a whole bunch of land, and all we've done is give it away. And I understand there's pluses and minuses to certain things, but I want to know really what is the benefit to the citizens that the staff, give me some insight why you think this is a good idea.
Well, and if I may, without having our budget here, that lease revenue does make up a good chunk going into our general fund, correct? in that lease revenue. It's not merely 500,000, $1 million. We are north of several $1 million a year coming in from those.
It's approaching 20 million, yeah.
And at some point, the devil does pay a lot for a soul. So at what point do we give away our soul?
Absolutely, but to just directly answer your question, what we are getting is 20 million a year.
But the last part.
Chairman, can I make a comment, please?
Yes, Lou.
In addition to lease revenue, a portion of any lease revenue goes to our capital improvement fund that is voter approved for any capital projects or voter approved projects. So, I mean, I guess on the other side of it, what else would you use this land for? It conforms to what else is out there. It has no detrimental effects to our citizens, to our public, our public safety. And yes, there's recreation out there, but we have plenty of recreation. I know that there's been this hesitancy of approving these projects into the land management plan for solar, but these types of projects saved us during the recession. I would like to, just point that out. And also, this whole town was built on renewable energy with the Hoover Dam. I think this just fits with everything Boulder City is about. I really am confused about the hesitancy of 300 acres and just entering it into the land management plan. That doesn't guarantee that it goes forward. It's just saying this is an appropriate use for this piece of land.
Perfect. Thank you, Lou. Once again, we'll call for any questions for staff before we bring the applicant up, because I'm sure the applicant's going to be able to answer the wide range of all of these questions, comments, concerns. So if no other questions, yes, please go ahead, Tony.
So I have a question for staff. Once this zoning, this is changed to energy use, and they don't move forward on the project, does that mean we're going to end up with solar fields out there as well? They're saying that they won't disrupt any of the trails out there, but if they don't move forward, another company going in there could put a fence around it and we lose our recreational area out there. There's a major road to almost every trail out there that runs right through the middle of this project.
So, if I may answer the question, Mr. Chairman, this is just the first step in the process. They would need to address the master plan and zoning as well before the city could even enter into a lease with the applicant. They would be doing their due diligence. And so, yes, what you're evaluating right now is whether it's appropriate to add this 300 acres to the land management process list for utility uses, which could include solar. But there would be many more steps in the process, including coming back before the Planning Commission on the rezoning, so that you would have other opportunities to evaluate what is being proposed.
I have one more question, and I think everybody's kind of dancing around it, but I'm new to the council, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask it. We've got all these solar fields out here and everything that's going in, but yet my power bill keeps going up. So when she asks what's in it for us, when do the citizens get a break on their power? When do we get to take benefit? I know that the city makes a lot of money, and I appreciate everything that they do for us, but my power bill goes up every single year. We don't get power from the dam anymore. We lost our lease to the low price that we used to get power from Nevada Energy, and we drive by these fields every day. We should get a little something, a little price break on that when you're negotiating giving the land away.
Certainly, that's at the discretion of the city council when they negotiate a lease with a potential tenant. They could put whatever provisions in that lease they want to.
Has anybody ever said that?
Yeah, you just said it now, it's in the minutes.
Yeah, well, no, and absolutely, these conversations have absolutely happened. They've happened in the public, they've happened at every single election, every time we have another solar lease. And the nuts and bolts of it is, the city is acting on the best interest from the city, not from the individual residents getting a discount on their electrical bill. They're seeing that the benefit to maintain other community elements as the benefit that you, the resident, receives, rather than direct compensation or subsidization, being subsidized on your electrical bill. Whatever aisle you stand on, the conversations happen. That's ultimately what it's come to, is we would then be able to negotiate, get our residents lower power, but we would be paying for it in twofold in the lack of potential revenue we could get from that project. So we'd have to give up city revenue. Absolutely, like however, you want to decide. That is the discussions that have happened out there for a very long time.
Okay. Question?
Chairman McDonald, can I please say something?
Yes, ma'am. If you're going to call us back into order and get us back on staff, I would love it.
No, this question that Tony had asked is a very, very common question within the community that is very misunderstood, that we are building solar fields and alternative energy fields to give energy to other communities. And that is a much more complex issue than what people realize. I believe, there used to be anyway, I'm not sure if it's still there, but there is a detailed explanation of why we don't receive that energy on the city's website under the utilities, I believe. But it goes far, far beyond us getting a break in our utilities. It would require us becoming a member of the Public Utilities Commission, which we do not want. And I don't want to speak to all the intricacies of it because I am not equipped. I do know that at one time it was on the city's website, but the benefit the city receives from these energy companies is lease revenue that goes into our general fund, and a portion goes into our capital improvement fund, which is voter approved to finance projects like a pool or general fund projects, hopefully, that where our general fund doesn't generate enough revenue to pay for types of projects. Utilities is a whole different ballgame. It is an enterprise fund where your charges have to pay for capital, salaries, operations, all of it. It's much more complex than building a solar field and giving us some of the energy. It does not work like that. So, again, I'm not the expert on it. I do know enough to know that us approving a lease agreement does not, we just can't say, oh, we want some energy as well. It's much more complex than that.
Thank you. We're going to bring it back around.
Mr. Chairman?
No. We're going to bring it back around, and we're going to address questions to staff. We've got the applicant that's going to be able to provide a whole lot of information to us waiting back there. So unless we've got a question for staff, please.
So my question for staff is, and everybody knows that I'm never voted for any of these, but why can't we keep it consolidated? Why does this have to be 300 acres off by itself? Is it just because of what they want to use it for? That's the only place they can do it? Because now, we've kept it kind of contained to the corridor there on 95, and then now we're going to do 300 acres. That's a half a mile away, so now we're going to have it all over that valley. So is my question to staff is that the only place that they are able to do what they're trying to do? And maybe that's a better question for the applicant.
Yes, it may be a better question for the applicant, but based on the geology out there, this is why this was selected at this time.
Actually, not necessarily. I'm going to take it back to my comment on the master plan update. We've never addressed the outfill area in the city up to High-Level. We could go through as part of that whole update. You could address a broader section of all that land out there and put a designation on it other than open land. We haven't considered
Do we have
that.
the question for staff?
Well, the question for staff then, how do we protect? Hey, we didn't get a question out of some of the others, buddy. Okay, condition to protect the trails. Is that something that we can make in the motion, or is it necessary, since it is a concern? Okay, so we
can put
do that.
stipulations.
I mean, I'd like to see a hard recommendation, because it still goes to the council, obviously, and so I think it would be good to put any conditions in there that we are concerned with, perhaps, like this one. Trails is a big one. I'd like to also know the water source. Where's that coming from?
They will provide that answer. It's a one-time fill to the reservoir, but they can provide clarification on that.
To the reservoir.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just stop questions with staff. Thank you. We will bring the applicants up.
Yeah, I know. Well, just like to pin it down.
Thank you, and please state your name for the record.
Absolutely. So I'm Linda Bullen Law from Las Vegas.
Julie Thompson, Vice President of Origination with HydroStore.
Brad Davis, Director of Origination, HydroStore.
Yeah. All right. So thank you. And I don't know how you guys do this. I'm kind of the wingman here. I know most of your questions are for these two. And I wasn't writing them down. But what would be the most helpful for you? An overview, I think that might come from Brad, but of the technology. Just where would you like us to
Yeah,
start?
absolutely. If you've got a brief presentation or kind of walk us through the executive summary, and then we'll just kind of Q&A it after that.
Sure. So I'm not an engineer, but I can give you a high-level overview of how our technology works, and then I'd love to address some of your points too that you raised. So our technology does require hard rock geology. So when looking at siting, there's a lot of things that we're doing from a desktop perspective, and then we have an in-house geologist who is looking for hard granite, but non-porous rock. So what our technology does is we are advanced compressed air energy storage. So think of us like a battery, but we're not a battery that can light on fire. So we are just storing air, and we're using that to deliver power to the grid. So what we'll do is we'll go under the surface about 2,000 feet and drill out a hard rock cavern. So we're going to mine out an underground cavern and fill that with water one time. And so that's why we need a non-porous type of rock, so that's holding air and water. And so then when we're taking energy from the grid, we're going to run compressors. So we would be taking excess solar during the day. And I'll talk a little bit about energy curtailment in a moment. But so we'll take peak renewables during the day that would normally be curtailed, run air compressors, and when we run those compressors, it's actually creating heat. And so we're going to store that heat, and I'll explain why that's differentiated in a moment. So compressing air, storing the air underground, which displaces the water to that surface reservoir that you see in the drawing. And when it's time to deliver energy back to the grid during peak hours, when the grid needs it most, we open the valve and the water goes into the cavern and pushes the air back to the surface. And then we're going to reheat that air to spin a turbine and deliver energy to the grid. So we are called advanced because we have a proprietary technology. So traditional case is what we call it, compressed air energy storage. Traditional case is put in salt caverns, and there's actually 3 operating salt cavern, case 4. I take that back. There's one that's in Alabama that's been operating since the 70s. There's one in Germany. We have a small project in the Toronto area that's traditional case, so built into salt caverns. The difference between our technology is traditional case will use natural gas to heat that air to spin a turbine, whereas we're capturing heat from compression and reusing that heat. So we're an emissions-free type of technology. So that's what differentiates us from the two. This isn't new technology. The only thing that's new is us capturing heat and using this adiabatic process. But it's the hydrostatic compensation that allows us to maintain the constant state of pressure. So that's why we like hard rock over salt. Salt has some expansion things. There's different kinds of things when you have to look at salt caverns, what types of salt it is. So geology is incredibly important. Where we differentiate ourselves, I've been a solar developer in my past too, so developing the large utility scale solar projects. This is unique in that what this solution provides is grid reliability. We provide rotational inertia, so solar, wind, and lithium-ion batteries they're not able to provide those spinning reserves. And so rotating inertia is if I were to ride a bicycle and I'm pedaling the pedals and I stop pedaling, my bike can continue to stay standing up, or I can roll a ball and the ball keeps rolling even though I'm not pushing it. It's stored energy that's in rotating equipment. So it's a real critical need for utilities. And they like our plants because we offer that, much like a natural gas plant would or a coal plant. So it's got grid benefits with being an emissions-free clean energy technology. The other benefit too is we're a very small footprint when you consider our project to a utility scale solar or wind. So we are this 150 to, I think we're talking about 300 acres, but our real footprint's about 150 acres for a 500 megawatt system that can deliver 500 megawatts for 8 continuous hours. So 4,000 megawatt hours. And we have to do our projects, we have to build them at this type of scale. So it's really meaningful for utilities, it's meaningful for grid reliability, but it's not as invasive on the surface footprint. So I think that's one of the, great things about our technology. You asked about explosion risk. I would be happy to follow back up with you. Our tech team is actually based out of Toronto, and they weren't quite available at this hour. But we don't have any natural gas. We have turbines, compressors, heat expanders, and then we are essentially storing pressurized water. That's how we're storing that heat. So we don't have,
Batteries.
Do what?
No batteries.
No batteries and no fossil fuels. So I can't say for certain that there couldn't be an explosion, but we're a clean technology. Yeah, no, it's a great question. And
do you have a direct feed to the grid?
So we'll be filing an interconnection.
Excuse me?
We will be filing an interconnection, so where we would build a transmission line. And Brad, I think you could probably talk more about what the plans are. I'm sorry.
So basically, when you call for it, you just produce and it goes to the grid.
That's correct. So we would be taking, and maybe
Sounds good because you can do it overnight, right?
Yes, yes. So it's time shifting renewables, and that's the other good thing too. Like a lot of utilities, especially in the desert Southwest, they're going to have a lot of excess solar, and even in places where you have lots of renewables that are producing at the same time of day, that energy can get curtailed. There may not be enough transmission capacity, or we're producing energy that's just not going to be used. So that's where our technology can deliver 8 hours of substantial amounts of power. So you could argue that maybe you have to build less, but we're bringing on a grid reliable solution and minimizing the curtailment of existing solar.
Got a couple of questions for you. Kick us off. We've heard a couple of our concerns from some up here and many that you'll hear from the public, but this is a large OHV area, recreational vehicle area. I believe that you guys or somebody went out and got a tour recently out there. I'd be happy to hear your feedback of the tour and then your thoughts to take back based on seeing what the concerns actually are in first person.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Chairman. I did meet with Councillor Matthew Fox on Monday of this week, and he graciously took me out on about a 2.5 hour tour of the various trails out in the kind of the section, the 300 acres that we were talking about. And I really understand the attraction, for outdoor enthusiasts. It's a beautiful place. It's a lot of fun. And some of the things that we talked about on our trip out there was just, how much of an impact, these trails have for the community. He showed me a video of the July 4th parade, and himself and 30 other side-by-side enthusiasts were all in the parade, all having a good time and really, participating in, their recreational activity. What we did really kind of get into the weeds on was, how could we, look at this 300 acres and figure out exactly, something that doesn't impede on, some of the major trails like Canyon Point Road and a few of the other ones, because anybody who's been out there knows that there's trails crisscrossing everywhere out there for, thousands of acres. And I said, this is probably something that we could, sort out with our engineering team once we conclude our geology studies, and we can really find out where the cavern needs to go, as Julie alluded to, with the 3,000-foot depth that has to be in that certain rock, which we know is in that 300 acres. It's just a matter of exactly what footprint it would be. And then we could circle back with the LMP and the Planning Commission and City Council and staff and say, listen, we're going to look at this area, and I think that we probably come to some type of, agreeable solution, hopefully.
How do you create the cavern?
You mine it. You excavate
You
it.
drill, you basically set up a hole down in the ground and then.
That's correct.
pull it-
Yeah, on one of the pages, I
So
think
you
maybe
do have
our
to
initial
use
page, you'll see a rendering of it. I don't know if we could throw that up. No? Okay,
So
sorry.
you do have to use.
That one right there,
You
yeah.
have to use explosives to make the hole,
No, it's through borehole drilling.
small holes.
Yes.
Does that require a rig, like an oil
It,
rig?
it would- it would be quite a substantial piece of equipment, yeah.
Okay.
It takes about 3 years to dig out the cavern.
I was
That's,
going to ask,
yeah.
how long does it take since, and again, I'll go back to one of my questions, how much heavy equipment is involved during that build-out process?
I couldn't give you an exact answer about how much equipment is involved, but it's basically a 4-year construction period with roughly 600 employees on site, not simultaneously, but 600.
So there really is going to be a lot of transit of people and equipment to the site.
Over the period, not 600 every day, because you're going to have, excavation people on site, and then once that's done, they're gone.
Okay, that's a little better.
So I have a question.
Yes.
What's the lifespan of one of these units?
It's 50 years.
50 years.
Or longer. Or potentially longer, yeah. The
So
minimum
then-
would be 50 years.
So then what happens?
The site is decommissioned and the land is reclaimed to its original
So it's like
status.
like the mines we have everywhere?
Or it's actually can continue operations. I mean, these are built for, we say 50-plus years. I mean, it's a hard rock cavern.
How old is
that-
the oldest one right now?
So the one in Germany was built in 1978.
Okay.
What is the efficiency of it? I mean,
Yeah.
how much power do you lose by, I mean, obviously it's not, you're not gaining any power, you're losing it by pumping it back and forth. What's the
Right.
percentage of loss?
So we're 65% round trip efficiency, where a lithium battery could go 85% in the beginning, but they have, there's like a certain state of charge that you have to have with a lithium battery, and you can't fully deplete it. So we have zero degradation. So over 50 years of life.
So
it's the same.
is this government subsidized anyhow?
I don't know if I can comment on that publicly, because I think that they're going through.
I would assume that any utility in the green space absolutely is. And it would be silly for them not to pursue.
You mean from an investment tax credit? Yes. DOE funding, that's the one I was thinking of, I'm sorry. So, yeah.
Yeah, can I ask a couple of technical questions? As I stated before, I'm a retired operating engineer and a big fan of renewable energy, and this looks like a geothermal power plant to me. How is this not a geothermal plant? And why is it not called a geothermal plant? It has hydro in the name of your company.
Which is all the reason why we're going through a rebranding of our name, because of the confusion with hydrogen and pumped hydro too. But it's not a geothermal plant, and I'm not an expert on geothermal, but that's using heat from oil and gas wells, or?
No.
Okay, yeah.
No, we have in the area, Boulder City, down by the lake, and Gold Strike Canyon, we have hot springs all over this area. And there have been proposals before the city to build geothermal plants in that area, as a matter of fact, because of its proximity to the intertie electrical lines. And I believe they were talking about drilling down 350 to 500 feet and using the preheated water to make steam, to turn a turbine to generate electricity. I don't see how this is any different.
Well, we're mining out a hard rock cavern about 2,000 feet different of depth, so.
Okay, you're going deeper, but you're filling this cavern with air,
Yes.
and then the air is displaced by water. And then how do you use the air to turn a turbine to generate electricity?
So the air will go through a series of heat expanders.
Heat exchangers?
Heat exchangers, thank you, to spin a turbine to generate power to the grid.
Okay, so you're using water to turn the turbines, heated by the air.
I'm not the technical person here, but I don't
Okay.
think we're using water in the turbines. This is air.
Basically, it's gravity. They push the water up, and then it comes back down and turns the turbine.
Yeah, but I mean, air
And
is
then
not,
geothermal is a volcanic.
air is not a very effective medium to
That's why,
turn a turbine.
that's why I asked what their efficiency was.
Yeah.
We're heating the air, and that's what expands it to spin the turbine.
Yeah, but it's still, I mean, air doesn't have the mass that water does.
Right.
And,
So it's still gravity.
this is something
I'm getting it.
new to me, and it doesn't make much sense, to tell you the truth. But, I'm in favor of renewable energy. I moved to Boulder City in 1993, and in 1995, we got the El Dorado Valley after a lot of negotiation. And for people who didn't live here back then, Boulder City was in serious debt. And solar pretty much saved Boulder City. So I'm generally in favor of projects like this. And since this is just the first step, I'm going to vote in favor of it. But the question that Tony raised, and I think other people have, is a serious question. And this has nothing to do with you guys, and I probably shouldn't bring it up right now, but, we're getting, as Michael Mays said, almost $20 million a year in revenue from our solar leases. And the one thing I hear all the time from the residents is, where is that money going? Because we just don't see it. Our utility bills continue to climb. Our roads are not in any better shape. Where does all that money go? And I know it's not a question. It's not a question for you.
Can we get back to the case? I
Well,
got questions
like-
that weren't answered yet that need to go to them.
In regards to utility bills, we obviously can't control rates that utilities set, and even in deregulated markets like Texas, everyone kind of thinks, wow, you're one of the top states of solar and cheap solar power, right? But our utility rates are still really high there. I will say that just as humans are today, we're consuming more electricity than ever before. Data centers, industrial electrification, even other corporate retailers that are moving to full electric, right? Your Amazon deliveries are probably going to be delivered by electric vehicles if they're not already. So we are becoming a society of large energy consumption, and that just continues to grow. So I can't, like I said, yeah.
Internal Boulder City politics and.
Well, I understand it too. I mean,
Yeah.
I totally get that.
No,
But with
people
industrial,
are suspicious because we keep going through city managers and we keep going through finance directors and wonder why that is. And I'm not saying it's connected to the massive amount of money we get from the El Dorado Valley, but it sure does make a lot of people wonder. So, but, since this is just the first step, I'm going to vote in favor of it, but there's going to have to be a better explanation of how this works and why it is not geothermal.
I am happy to set up a technical call anytime with you, and then also we'll bring our technical folks back.
I
with
was
us.
thinking as we move through the
Sure.
the land management process,
We'll circle back around
Couple
to
of towns-
questions for the
Yeah.
applicant right here.
Absolutely.
Let's get back on point. What other questions? I think, Ernie, you've got some more
I'll
questions.
get my
for the applicant.
specifics out. Number one was having to do with, well, fencing. You put
Oh,
off
yes,
fencing. So I want to talk first fencing. What's your plan?
You want to talk about that? Yeah.
Because that fencing,
Absolutely.
I
There'll
hope doesn't
definitely be a
affect
fence
the LV
surrounding the
OHV trail.
entire perimeter of the site, absolutely.
Not just the water part.
No, correct, the entire footprint of the entire power plant.
So you won't, of the 300 acres?
Well,
Or the
assuming-
150?
Of the operational
Which you said
area.
is 150 acres?
Yes, for one
So
site.
what happens if the road goes through it? You're going to move the roads so we can still have them?
Sorry, which, are you talking about the OHV trails?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is to work with, staff and council and yourself to understand exactly which trails are, non-negotiable, so to speak. Like, you have to avoid these certain ones because I understand there's, like I
Okay.
mentioned before, Canyon Creek is a major trail and some of the
So
other ones
we
as
might
well.
have a motion issue or just a possibility. Okay, you've answered the explosion thing, although I did hear, okay, I'm still interested in this access to the property on any given weekday. I mean, what kind of flow of people would you expect? And again, is it all going to be, have to go through the city street to reach the property? Or are we talking from I-11?
I don't think we're in a position to answer that question yet. We'd have to talk to the DOT about access off I-11.
And keep in mind, we're raising these questions because, I mean, the real crux is, does it belong there? The
Right.
answer is yes, probably, but the point is, there are conditions under which you're going to be placed when it comes at a different stage in the process, too. So you also need to understand what are some of the constraints that the city might impose upon you.
Oh, of course,
Silly as the
absolutely.
questions may be, I'm still interested in water source. Where are you going to get the water?
So it is a one-time fill that required. So this is not an annual or semi-annual that we require.
It evaporates out here in the desert.
Well, we have certain ideas about how to either cover it or put on the plastic balls.
a cover.
A cover, right.
because We're developing another, yes, yes,
Well,
ma'am, sorry.
What's your percentage loss of water? Because
Well-
it has to, you have to lose some.
We're actually a net producer of water.
Really?
Yes,
Okay,
from the
that's good.
compression process. So we actually produce water when we're compressing air. We're developing, or in late stage development of two other projects of the same size, actually. So our Australia project and our California Kern County project. So both of those are in very similar type climates. And our technical team, so we're going to have a cover over the reservoir that will reduce evaporation, but then also being a net producer of water that could be used for any top up that would be
To fill it
required.
initially, you're going to have to pull it from the lake.
We would have to get a permit, we'd have to drill a well, we'd have to do something to get our initial fill of water, yes, sir.
Okay, that's my question.
Oh, let's go.
How much water?
700,000 cubic meters.
What does that equate to in gallons?
1,100 acre feet.
1,100 acre feet.
And that is just for the initial fill?
That's the one-time fill period.
Can I ask you, I noticed you, in your presentation, you mentioned supplying power for 8 hours. Why 8 hours? And because geothermal is 24/7.
Sure. So long duration energy storage in certain markets, well, one to California, they already have a mandate to procure 8 hours, but the peak times and peak periods are becoming longer, right? And that's something that 4-hour batteries are not able to deliver against. So the 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, I mean, we're soon going to see that we need multiple days of storage, right? So we're seeing a lot of these technologies come into play, and there's a use for geothermal, there's a use for pumped hydro, and all technologies. But the the windows of when those peak hours are happening, they're happening more often and longer.
Okay, so when you say peak hours, you're talking about peak demand?
Peak demand.
When electric
solar,
rates are the
the
highest?
sun's starting to go down, wind hasn't picked up, and everyone's home using everything.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
So as part of the environmental impact on this, are we going to do studies for turtles and all this stuff? Because I know we do off-road and turtles is like a huge thing.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Part of our initial due diligence, we do threatened endangered species, wetland studies, a whole host of other, site-specific requirements that we'd have to go through. So essentially, we do what's called a red flag analysis. Anything that pops up that would basically, in our minds, basically kill a project, like you said, the desert tortoise. This is obviously not
dealt with the BLM and all the constraint groups.
Exactly. Yeah. So we've evaluated those and determined that there is a likely path forward for this specific site.
So has the BLM signed off on all the stuff we're doing? BLM wouldn't sign off on city-owned land, but they'll have to do everything that's required for any type of analysis about the impacts of the project that any other project on city property would be required to do. Okay.
Sure. Might be a lawyer question. I'm interested in the risks. So historically, what have been some of the larger issues in terms of either disaster, injury during development and then operating, because I know that's two separate things. And from your risk assessment, where does this compare to, say, I don't know, a windmill type of renewable energy?
Okay. So I think this is a great question for our technical team. But so risks associated, I don't think any project comes without risks, but I would say probably the mining out of the cavern would be probably one of the larger safety risk pieces of the construction of the project.
Where does that debris go?
So it is hauled off. We'll basically find wherever we're going to take the rock to. So I don't know that plan is in place here for this project site yet.
Okay.
But that would be included in
Last question for me. How did you come to learn about this site? By who and why?
Sure. Yep. So just on a 30,000-foot level, we've been looking at a number of markets throughout the U.S. So California, obviously, we're working on a project. Nevada, Arizona, New York, and a few other secondary markets that we're evaluating. So this specific site, it's been a number of months, probably into the years. We have to determine basically four factors. Is there a market for this type of project? And Nevada's been obviously very pro renewables for a number of years, and they have large demands, and they're forecasting out 5, 10, 15 years. So we realize that the market is good. Is there a point of connection? So is there a nearby substation? So you'll know that the Meade substation is maybe a mile away from this site. El Dorado is about another 10 to 11 miles further south of the solar projects. And then NVE is planning a new substation, which they call Meade Equestrian or Meade East, which will basically just be on the east side of Meade. So there'll be another one built in the next 7 to 10 years. So that's the second condition we need to determine. Can we send the power somewhere? Third, we need a footprint. We need the 150 acres to just basically build it out. And fourth, as we already mentioned, is the geology. So the first three, it's not that hard to find the first three. We can figure out the markets and sites and a point of connection, but it's the geology that matters the most. So when we started looking at Boulder City as a whole, we came to staff a few months ago with a number of different locations in mind that we thought, well, what about here, there, kind of north of the city, kind of southwest, and we were sort of directed in a way that said, well, this isn't going to work, this isn't going to work, and maybe over here that might be a more feasible area. So that's the area we are talking about tonight. And we initially looked at, there's 4 parcels out there that were roughly 2,500 acres. And again, we shrunk that down based on some additional studies that we did to this final 300. So hopefully that answers the question about why here.
So kind of answered the question. I think you got there, but are you saying that staff directed you to this site over other choices within the
Well,
area?
the other choices didn't work because they were already zoned, and it was, probably, poor background research on our part where we saw a site, but it was zoned recreational. So obviously, that's not going to work.
Okay, thank you.
So if it takes 3 years to bore the hole, who funds this, and what if your government funding runs out? What happens? Do you bond and then go back and?
So it's, we're funded, and maybe Julie can step in. Maybe I'll just let Julie handle it, yeah.
We're backed by Goldman Sachs Asset Management. So they're providing a lot of the project equity for this and the development, and then we'll grow out for project financing too.
Sounds like they've got.
How much,
Congress.
would you anticipate?
I have a,
Would you anticipate future growth around that area requiring more land? If you expanded?
I don't want to rain on Brad's parade,
I mean, it's
but
blue sky,
this is a
but-
large project. I mean, a 500 megawatt, 4,000 megawatt hours. I mean, that's a really substantial project. I don't know that we would be looking to add another 100, 200, but again, the surface footprint of adding another 100 or 200 megawatts to that wouldn't be that much of an expansion on this 150 acres. Especially in comparison to solar.
I have a question for staff that I should have asked before. But is it true that because this is city-owned land, that an environmental impact study won't be required for this project?
No, I don't think that's the case. Any other development that occurs, regardless of whether it's city-owned or not, that is required, will be required.
Really? And that includes the solar fields that already exist?
That already exist. Everything, they had to do everything like any other development within the community. So there's no exemption because it's city-owned land.
Okay, thank you.
Can I answer a question you didn't ask? But there's also Public Utilities Commission involvement here. There'll be Public Utilities Commission involvement, and they require studies.
Okay.
We will absolutely have to do all of those studies to protect the investment.
And hire turtle watchers.
Yeah,
Any other questions for the applicant? I will remind us that we are not voting on the details of this project. We're high level. I'm glad we got into the weeds though, but we are going to conduct our public hearing first. So thank you folks for coming. We're going to go ahead and start and open the public hearing portion. Anyone wishing to speak on behalf of this?
Hello, thank you guys for hanging out so late. Yeah, this one here, this project.
You gotta
My name's Terry
state your
Stevens.
name.
Sorry. Yeah, this project here, it's in a special place, this recreation that we talk about. All of our families go out there, recreate. There's a huge group of us that aren't here tonight, but I'm sure in the future, if this thing does go forward, we'll definitely pack this house. But those trails that run through there, there's a bunch of them, and me and my father, we rode out there. We used to recreate. Now me and my son, all my friends and family, we all camp out there, camp during the day, recreate. So I think you guys should definitely consider maybe moving this project to another location, maybe another state, I would say. Because I think there has to be a limit. I think Beth said earlier, at some point we have to call it on selling our land or giving our land away, unless there's a benefit, like Tony said, maybe to the residents, because it's starting to get a little heavy, I feel like, on giving land away. So thank you guys.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yeah. Terry Stevens.
The Terry Stevens.
Joel Pepper. I agree. I don't think this project should move forward. We do recreate out there quite a bit. And one thing I like about that area out there is the fact that that's one area you can actually look around and not see a solar field in Boulder City. That's huge. And then all of a sudden now we're going to put some sort of, another, I know it's not solar, but another energy producing place out there. Like I said too, it's just the recreation is a huge part. And obviously the site of it, but I think what I want to say as well is I understand that there's a few percent that we can have for more solar energy given the land in Boulder City. I think maybe now's the time to go, okay, if we have more solar, let's not do the least revenue part. Let's put that towards maybe reducing some of the costs to the residents. And I think that'd be something to move forward with as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. I'm Stephen Riley. I agree with everything that Terry and Joel said about the recreation part of it. I know when I bought my house in Del Prado, recreation was a big part of the value to that house to me. Coming from a place where I had to drive an hour somewhere to go off-roading, being able to do it out of my driveway, trailer a mile or two away is a great benefit. On top of that, there needs to be an end to the spending at some point in this city, it seems like. I think the city council or someone sees the money that's available and they keep on buying and building and buying and building and buying and building. The pool's been voted on, so I can't give you my opinion on that pool project, but I know that there's a revitalized downtown project and just millions of dollars that people are trying to spend, and I think it's just too much. It's a small town. People move here to be in a small town, or they grew up in here and they stay here because it's a small town, and we got to keep it a small town. And the more money we keep spending, and we're bringing on projects like this so we have more money to spend, is going to ruin the feel of the town. So that's my opinion. And thanks for listening to me, and thanks for being here, because I'm sure, like me, a lot of you guys have to work tomorrow morning too, and you're watching the clock. So have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this matter? People can call in at 702-589-9629. Did you say we have somebody on the horn? Fantastic. Patch him in.
Public comment, state your name, please. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, please state your name.
Marissa Pardinas?
Go ahead. You can go
My
ahead.
name is Marissa Pardinas, and I just wanted to state that I am opposed to the energy project. I do also believe that we have had a lot of expansion. Boulder City the entire El Dorado Valley used to be open for recreation. That is mostly gone, and we are just surrounded now. And I'd like to oppose this project. Thank you.
Public comment, state your name.
Patrick Petrie, resident of Boulder City.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to basically follow the same disapproval as the few before me. Grew up here, off-roading has been a huge thing for Boulder City and its residents, so just wanted to just carry on that notion of our land is just diminishing year after year due to solar. We lost a lot from the highway. So yeah, just wanted to express my disapproval for it, and that is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's way the hell to the east.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak during public comment?
Here's Tom. Here's one of his fucking.
Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and conclude this public hearing. We will bring it around to the dais for comments, entertain a motion. I'd like to kick us off here just with a ability, because I know that the applicants went out on a 2-hour tour. I think they've sat here and heard many of the citizens, and I will just express that this is about 1/100th of what the OHV niche community here in our town. So what you saw in here for the other issue would be very likely for this one. So we are passionate about our recreation. When we talk about our strategic plan, when we talk about what we want, recreation is near the top of the list for us. And so I know that there can be an ability to possibly table without entertaining a motion, so that there can be a little bit further discussion and development, because we did say there might be other locations in town, there might be this and that, and I know that the OHV folks and with Councilman Fox, they've had some other ideas that are out there. I don't want to table and not have it go somewhere, so if we've got a plan to massage it a little better, fantastic. I just know that they're willing participants to work with us, and if possibly getting a few more votes to move it forward. If we've got to wait another month to get a couple of commissioners on board, great. If people are set in stone as their vote, I just like to propose that if we want the applicant to do any more due diligence, I think that they've demonstrated to us their willingness to continue to work, and especially with our recreation folks.
Chair McDonald, if I could make a point of clarification. So if it's the intent of the Planning Commission that they're interested in the project, but not this site, they don't feel this site's appropriate for utility uses, then just vote, because we can't table it. If it results in another location, we have to restart the process, because we have to do the notifications. It's a different location. So if the Planning Commission is not comfortable with this location, then I would vote tonight, because continuing it to the next month, which you could do, is not going to change the location.
Well, could you not probably take the considerations that the issues we've raised tonight, and have them, if we tabled it, go out and really address them with a little more detailed information? The big impact is, of course, how you're going to affect the trails, I believe. And so there may be ways to address that. And all I'm saying is maybe they need, is there a way we could just table it and give them an opportunity to do that if they wanted?
I think it'd be helpful to get clarification from the commission as to what is it your concerns are.
So here's my concern, is that we identified this location. We have some other locations that are there. I don't have a warm fuzzy that this is the most optimized location. And if through looking at the other ones or providing a little more transparency into the process of how we got to this exact plot, that I could know that this type of project or continued renewable energy isn't feasible anywhere else, it makes this plot of land possibly more feasible for energy usage if nowhere else is viable. If there is another viable place, then this one maybe doesn't need to be altered into the plan. That is my concern, is that voting yes or no, we're disregarding a possible other location, which could make this yes or no pretty easy.
As long as the discussion of the Planning Commission isn't on other locations a month from now, because then we'd be violating our own code, because you would be debating on locations that weren't noticed to the public.
Could we task staff to bring back some type of report where we felt comfortable that other areas and locations have been looked at in that due diligence? I know that we could only come back and vote on that location, but if then at that point we've identified through staff work that there might be in a more appropriate location that makes everyone happy and is still feasible for them, that would make voting on this current location easier knowing there's another viable option. We couldn't approve that viable option at that meeting next month, but at the same time, if we know that there is no other viable option, and this really is it for this project, well, then we've got to look at it. Is it for the appropriateness of this use?
So
I look at it as a totality, not just the individual parcel, that puzzle piece being appropriate there. Is it appropriate there in the bigger picture?
Yeah, I think what we can do is they've heard all of your concerns and they can work on responses to those concerns. They can do an assessment if there is another location that would work. And at the same time, we could report back on those findings. Now, if they decide that there is an alternative location that would work, they would just withdraw their application.
We've got to start back over, we withdraw, we don't vote,
Right.
and they run with it on there.
Right.
And I think
Or-
that,
Yeah, or they would come back and they would explain why this is the only location based on what staff can provide to help the planning commission with their deliberations.
absolutely, perfect. I just wanted to lay that out there, hold on. I just wanted to lay that out there as a feasible option so that as we discuss, if anyone wants to run with it, they can. We will entertain questions,
Chairman,
comments,
I have a
concerns.
couple comments, please.
Hold on 1 second there, Lou, we're gonna,
I thought you were going to entertain a motion, and then, so I was panicking.
No, not ready.
no, we're not ready for a motion. Tony's gonna kick us off here now with some comments.
So if we pass this and we change the map on this to renewal or to energy use, and they decide not to do this project in this location because they've chosen another place or another place becomes more viable to them, do we get to put this back the way it was, or does it stay renewable or does it stay energy use and again get filled up with solar fields, wind turbines, whatever, that's still going to impact that recreational area for us?
Yeah, we would need to proactively change it back if we want it to be back, or if we wanted to preserve it as recreation, we've got to then change it over to that recreation zone, correct?
Well, we're mixing, and that's the problem with the land management process. It's not zoning. It is the first very initial step.
Changing the map.
Changing the list, not a map. We're not changing, it's changing the list. You wouldn't need to change it back if it gets added to the list for utility uses. Yes, technically, some other applicant could then go to the next step because it's on the list. But that also requires rezoning, and rezoning has to come before this commission. It would require negotiation of a lease. It would require other steps. This is just the first step. So,
But this first step does carry on in perpetuity, regardless of the outcome of their project.
not in perpetuity. Can't say that word. In our ordinance, it says that if nothing has happened with the property in 3 years, it automatically goes back to the city council and they can remove it from the list. You all may recall that this is probably about 7 years ago. There were a lot more parcels on the land management process list than there are now. And that's because the council reevaluated them and said, hey, there's nothing happening with this, take it off the list. And by doing so, for somebody to come along and restart the process, even for the same use, has to go back through this process.
We wouldn't have this problem if you did a full master plan update, because you can look at all that property.
Well, again, the master plan is different than this.
No,
This is the first step in the process.
That's because of the way it's defined. right
Tony,
now
anything else?
in the process.
I'll save it for later.
Okay.
I'll hear Lou first.
We've got any other questions, comments? Lou, do you have any comments for us? Otherwise, I will
Yes.
turn to the dais and entertain a motion. So please start with
I
your
have
comments,
I
Lou.
have comments, please.
Lou,
Can you hear
comments.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Lou, we're good. You can comment.
Okay, I just wanted to address a couple of things. One point was, a statement was made that we no longer have Hoover Power. We do have Hoover Power. I believe we signed a 50-year contract, and it's not as much power as we had in the past, but we still have Hoover Power. So again, I hate to get into the weeds because this should be on a higher level, but it's a common misperception about how we should be getting energy from our leases. It's apples and oranges. And then I want to address one of the commenters, Joel. Hi, Joel. About we should be using the money for something else if we allow these leases. We are not allowed to do so. How we receive the money and how it is spent is defined by our ordinance and our charter. We can't just decide to spend it another way. We have to spend it the way our charter and our code says. So it goes into our general fund and a portion goes into our capital improvement fund. And that's the way it is. You cannot mix revenues, general fund revenues and utility fund revenues. That cannot happen. So again, there is information out there why we don't receive power from leasing our land to solar energy companies. It is apples and oranges. Also, I would just like to comment on the submittal received by this company. This is exactly what a land management plan proposal should look like. It is fantastic. It addresses every single item required by code. It is detailed. It is professional. I'm with Commissioner DeTeresa in that I support this project. I also support outdoor recreation. But again, is this a proper use of the land? It has to go through numerous steps in order for this to become a reality. So I'm in favor of it. I do want to clarify. Also, any questions about how our utilities work? All people have to do, it is right at your fingertips. All people have to do is reach out to city staff. They are happy to explain it. This is such a common frustration with our citizens, and I totally understand, but it's apples and oranges. And with that being said, I'm very much in favor of this. I think it's a professional company, a professional proposal, and an appropriate use for the land.
Boy, that sounded like a motion.
Well, I want other people to comment, but
We've gone around the, Lou, we've gone around the dais here. We've heard from everyone.
I'm sitting
Yes,
outside.
ma'am.
I mean, it's an hour later where I am. I'm like in a coma right now.
So it's almost tomorrow where you are.
Almost. All right, I'll make a motion. I move to approve resolution number 1261.
With, includes findings.
Does it have findings for a resolution?
I'm getting the head nod, yes, but, so I've got a
Yes,
motion.
which include, I'm sorry.
I'll second it, whatever it is.
I've got a motion to approve. I've got a second from Ernie. Ernie, are you sure you want to second the approval?
time I'm ready.
All right, perfect. All right, so I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor of approval, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And motion carries. Item number 5, monthly progress report.
No report.
Yes. Fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and open up to the final public comment. Is anyone wishing to speak during here? Yeah, please come on up, Terry.
Hello,
State
Terry.
your name again.
Terry Stevens. I just would like to say, if you guys ever can recommend placing the renewable energy anywhere else, maybe west of the 95, if it does happen. But nowhere on this side. It's too great of a recreational area. Where this location is on that map is like prime.
Are you saying you want to get rid of El Dorado Valley over there?
No, it says put everything over there. Yeah, over where
Group it over there
where the
instead.
existing solar is on the west side.
So not the dry lake,
Yeah, that direction, but just,
not the dry lake. Is that what you're saying?
just over on that end of town, maybe towards Henderson, as close as you can get to Henderson, in fact.
Just trying to understand.
Yeah. But the trail system that's right there in that map is a hot spot, so I just want to end it on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard during this final public comment? Anyone can call in to 702-589-9629. Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and close this final public comment period. Meeting adjourned.
It's mostly over by the El Dorado side.
Bye, Lou.
Bye.